wisdom as we go forward. And as commissioners, we would always put the county's issues and needs first before our own. And we ask for a spirit of contentment, peace in this room today. In Christ's name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Aubrey, you want to do roll call, please?
Commissioner Deacon,
Here.
Commissioner Glover,
Here.
Commissioner Knopfler.
Present. Okay. Everybody had a chance to look at the agenda. There was a few changes, I think. We'll be canceling the executive session. We will move letter Q and we'll put on the adoption of the organizational chart in there. Anything else?
What about riprap?
Item C.
Item C.
It was taken off. It should have been pulled out of this, but it was taken off 4 or 5 days ago. So.
I move the approval of the agenda as modified.
Second. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, public comment period. We'll open the floor for public comment. Everybody allowed 3 minutes. Please don't repeat each other, just over. Will be no decisions made from this public hearing or public speaking time. But it's open.
I'm Blair Vanderpool. I am former vice president of District 8 4-H. And I'm just asking for full support of the Sky High complex. I believe that there is a lot of opportunities for us younger generations through the Sky High complex. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like that's going to bring down to the valley, where normally we have to go out of the valley. So I think it'll bring a lot of revenue to our town and to the valley through revenue. So I'm asking for your full support, and I've got some letters for you to read at your own leisure.
Okay, if you want to just hand them to Aubrey, she can pass them to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Chris Burr, the superintendent of the Upper Red Grant School District. I want to address the land situation that we have over there at the community athletic field. So a little over 4 years ago, I came to this board for the first time, February of 2017, and notified the board at that time that the property there that was known as the community athletic fields didn't belong to the school. I think that was a little surprising to even some of the board members at the time. It was surprising to some people in the school district. I found this out because we were doing research for the BEST grant, and as part of the BEST grant building our new school, we were able to update some of the current facilities over there, and we wanted to be able to use some money to update the baseball field. And when we found out that it wasn't our property, BEST would not pay for updating the baseball field. And so we worked at that time with the county commissioners to try to get that land returned to the school district, as was agreed in 1995 and 1998. And it just didn't work out. At the time, it was the GoCo grant was messing that up. The school district did offer to take care of that situation by returning the monies to GoCo, but it just never did work out. My last appearance here was 2 years ago with our board president, Neil Walters, and our CFO, where we thought we were attending to have the county commissioners return the land to the school, as was agreed. And it turned out that it kind of fell apart at that point. We've been paying attention since then. We've listened to the Mountain Park and Rec's pitch to you all. And it has been said that the school district is not interested. That has always been flatly untrue. And I think all of my appearances here over the course of the last 4 years should show that. At the time of building the BEST school, the new BEST school we have, I brought a plan to the county commissioners and the town board who met right here to not only build a new school, but to beautify that property. And I presented that to the county commissioners in the town at that time. And again, still thinking that it was going to happen. I think we can skip to today to let you know that we always wanted to beautify that. We had opportunities in place, including being able to use some of those best monies. And we had grants in place to be able to put a park and to be able to refurbish the fields themselves, in addition to purchasing all of the land that is around it. I've still worked over the course of the last couple of years to make that work, and we currently have a grant that is possible to have if we own the property. A company is willing to purchase a playground for us and get us started, and the school district is still willing to maintain the grass and then ultimately refurbish the walking track and lengthen it, which the walking track was the responsibility of the county and the town. That was never the responsibility of the school. So we want to reopen those discussions, and we need to do that sooner. Actually, we're at a deadline today, and I still haven't heard back from the Kaboom lady to let me know exactly whether or not she's going to give us any more time. But we stand to lose a possible $250,000 playground for kids that they don't have here in town. And we have 2 school board members here who can speak for themselves, but I will say to you that it was always our intention to do that. It is still our intention to do that, and we are capable of doing that. And so we still want to work with you, and we're still willing to pay the GOCO grant back in order to make that happen and make that a park for the community. So thank you.
So Chris, one thing, and clear this up for me, because I visited with Matt at GOCO, and I was under the impression after visiting with him that we could not return the money.
No, we could have always returned the money. That was not best case scenario for us or GOCO, because GOCO has never had anyone return the money.
Right.
But we could have always returned the money. That was what the point of the meeting that got canceled in November was going to be about. It's just as simple as someone cutting a $26,000 check to GOCO, and it's done, which we offered to do early on, even in 2017, to make that work. We can definitely pay the grant back. That's just not best case scenario, because that's $26,000 that we can't use for the remainder of the property. We don't believe it's going to cost $26,000 to lengthen that walking track and to refurbish it. But again, GOCO was never in the way. We could have easily switched names on the grant, but the reason that the school district is part of that we were not part of that grant. That 2010 grant, the school district is nowhere on it. We have no responsibility for that walking track whatsoever, never have. So that was the only catch for GOCO. We had to actually be put onto the grant. I think people in the public believe that walking track was supposed to be the responsibility of the school, and that is just.
Well, and I think that's what it was. I think that's what it was broadcasted at one time or another. So.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
So.
Yeah, but it certainly needs to be refurbished now, and the snow has broken. The grass could come back. We want to be able to turn the water back on. We have a baseball team that wants to play. We want to refurbish the field, but the school board is going to have a difficult time putting money into that when we don't own it.
I'm Keith Brown with the Delaware School Board. I also help coach the baseball team. I used to be the head coach of the team back in 2011 through 14. So I kind of go back a little ways with the property, where even as a coach, the school was always mowing it. We brought in, we used to recruit the guys from the South Fork Golf Course to come down and do some fertilizing. We did, at one point, we brought in Pat Sullivan from the county, and he basically brought in a roller to kind of help level some things up. But it always seemed like at the time when something, it was the school's job to fix everything, but when something needed fixed, the county, well, it's the county's property. When they need fixed, well, it's not ours, it's the, and back then I didn't know anything. And then I was told it was the towns and this and that. And I guess for me, now being on the board and seeing the way everything's kind of gone, we just want to make it a part of the whole complex of the school. I mean, we've all seen the school and how good it looks. As a board, we discussed that, and me personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with D Mountain Parks and Rec having a vision of building a rec center, but I feel like that's an organization that's kind of in their infancy, especially financially. where, you know, down the line, when they come and say, hey, we've got this money, you know, we want to build a, I mean, there's what, how many acres? 40 acres. I mean, to me, why wouldn't we put a rec center when that time comes? But I think in the meantime, you know, we've got an opportunity to build a playground. You know, the town parks, nothing's happened there since 1982. The old school playground, you know, they sold it after the new building, and the new playground's behind a fence. So there's, you know, that is a complaint from the community. We don't have a park to play in. We put a lot of work into this grant. I mean, there'd be a public park, there's a big parking lot, all that stuff. And I just think it's a great opportunity. And I'm not sure, I don't want to be accusatory or anything, but I feel like put politics aside if you don't like somebody or this or that. And I think it's just, we need to get this done. We've got a team that, we got kids that have been playing baseball growing up and now they're in high school. You know, the last couple of years, it's been bringing the team back from non-existence. And now we've kind of got this momentum and, you know, we'd like to at least, you know, get that field playable for this year. And then, you know, it's a shortened season because of COVID and all that. And, you know, we can get it playable for this year and then move on from there and you know, refurbish the whole stinking thing and make a legitimate high school field. Because it's, I mean, honestly, it's barely a little league quality field right now. So, thank you.
Neil Walters, I'm with the school board of Rio Grande. What I would like to say at this point is that the Upper Rio Grande School District alone at this point has the resources, we have the financing, we have the infrastructure, we have the staff that can actually turn this into a park. I foresee us hiring landscape architects to try to be part of this process. I also feel like, and I will no longer be on the board after October, Chris will be gone, but I would find it hard to believe that a future board would not be more than willing, as Keith has said, to sit down with D Mountain or any organization that has been able to put together the financing to build a rec center. I think we all would love to see a rec center in this area, and we'd be more than happy. And once again, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I think we'd be willing to sign an MOU to such an effect. That if they were able to put something together in a set amount of time, we'd be more than happy to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Anyone else? Public comment? So Chris, this public comment, so I can talk, right? It's okay. Chris, what's the, I'm not sure we're considered public most of the time. What is the chance of getting an answer from Kaboom?
Hello. Hello. Hello, this is Sandra Santa Cruz.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Shall we wait? Or-
Yeah, we bumped her 2 weeks ago. Told her.
Hello.
Are we muted up there? Okay. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. I'm trying to figure out this Zoom stuff, and I think I finally was able to get you just on my telephone. So anyway, the reason I wanted to come before the Board of Commissioners is because I have something I would like to bring to your attention, and that is the matter of, has to do with health care insurance. This past year, during the enrollment period for insurance, and let me just say that I am a senior, and so I have Medicare benefits, but with re-enrollment, my previous health care plan insurance company, which was Rocky Mountain Health Plans, I received notice from them that they were not going to be offering any health plans. I'm not sure if that has to do with just myself personally, or with the county, or with the whole state of Colorado. They did not offer any kind of explanation as to why they were not offering the plan. So anyway, what that meant was that I had to go out and find another health care insurance provider. I started doing research back in October, and let me tell you, it is really a convoluted, complicated process to try to find health care insurance, at least for my demographic. But to make a long story short, what I did find out through all my research is that there really aren't any health care insurance plans that are offered for Rio Grande County. I wanted to know if our commissioners are aware of this.
We are, if you'll hang on just a second.
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Our DSS director is going to visit with you just a second.
Sure. So, and this is not really in my purview of my job, but I can tell you, your statement that Rocky Mountain left is correct. I had family members that this happened to, but there's actually a SHIP coordinator with the Center for Aging on the seniors down in Alamosa, Area Agency on Aging. I can't talk today, all these acronyms. So, but anyways, they have a coordinator who would help you with this, and that is their job. That is not a county issue that we deal with, but there is availability out there to help people navigate that type of stuff. But it's definitely not a county issue. And there are benefits in Rio Grande County.
Did you catch all that?
Apparently it's not a an issue, or it's not an issue for the county commissioners, that there is some entity out there that is supposed to be responsible for this, but how would I go about finding out who that is and how to contact them? I really am hoping to get this issue resolved by the time our next re-enrollment period comes around. But I wonder, how is it that people in Rio Grande County, especially seniors, my demographic, are finding health insurance plans?
There's, you need to, yeah, most of us are in the same boat as you that's in that category. So the best bet is Monica and Alamosa at the
South Central Seniors.
South Central Seniors.
Yep.
Oh, Monica Wolf?
Uh-huh.
Oh, if you get hold of Monica Wolf at South Central Seniors in Alamosa, she can give you direction and some ideas of where to go.
Okay, Monica, say the last name again, please.
Wolf?
Wolf?
Yeah.
Wolf, yeah.
Okay.
Um,
All right, well, thank you for your time. I appreciate your hearing me out, and I'll follow up.
let me give you a
with,
phone number here.
Ms.
Real,
Wolf. Okay.
let me give you a phone number here real quick before we're done. 589-4511.
589-4511.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
So, and the question was, no idea what they're thinking as far as what Kaboom's gonna do or anything. I mean, she doesn't give any indication.
Well, they're not gonna give us a final approval until we own the land.
I know, but I mean, do we have time? We can set a meeting to do this and just do this particular, that's what I'm trying to get to, is set this to.
That's the answer I'm trying to get from her. I wish I knew that answer. April 1st was the deadline. We have, actually, March 1st was the deadline for application. April 1st was the deadline for all of the changes they asked for. So between March 1st and April 1st, we've been doing a lot of work, taking pictures, drawing on maps. The concept here is that it is a community project. So they purchased the equipment. We put the community together and get volunteers to, nuts and bolts, and there's a planning committee that we would form with the community to just determine where to place it on the property. She was initially concerned that there wasn't enough room, and when we took a picture, and I said it's 40 acres. obviously we'd want to keep it closer to the parking lot ends. And we took care of all of that. And they're working remotely still. So when I call and leave a message, usually it takes her a day or two to get back with me. But there are two options here. And I negated the second option primarily because of all of the other things that we haven't been able to accomplish here. But the first option was that the person doing the grant owns the property. The second option is that we enter into a long-term lease or governmental agreement, an IGA for that property with the owners. And she said that does happen. The issue there is the school district can't enter into anything longer than 10 years. It's a taper provision. It's part of the reason why we're not allowed to be the lead on a GOCO grant. We're not allowed to commit the school board 10 years from now to monetary issues that could come up 10 years from now. So, there are complications, but she approached me for the grant. It's pretty unusual. And you can get on, you can Google Kaboom and get on their website and see that they're trying to place playgrounds in particular locations. And Rio Grande County is on that list. Chicago, San Francisco, Detroit, big cities, and then Rio Grande County. So I'm not sure why they chose Rio Grande County, but they want to put the money here.
Well, the last thing I want to do is ever keep a kid off of a playground or out of a ballpark. Anybody knows me knows, Keith, you know where I stand on it. I spent some time on the hardwood there and down to school for a while and stuff, and it was out of care for the kids. So I'll do anything I can to help get this going forward. So what do we need to do? If we need to make a separate work session, if we can find out some stuff from Kaboom, whatever we need to do. And then we will.
At this point, we just need the land to be able to move forward. I mean, and again, with regard to the playground, I suppose it's possible that we wouldn't get those funds. I think the school board, I'm not going to speak for the school board on the playground issue, but I think the school board may be willing to do that anyway. The school board has already committed themselves 3 years ago to the remainder of that plan, refurbishing the track, expanding the soccer fields, refurbishing the baseball field. All of those things were already committed to by the school board, and they are going to do regardless of, as long as we have the land.
I don't want to turn this into a repeat of previous meetings, a replay of the conversations and stuff, but I really would like to sit down and visit and get this thing done. I want to get it done now, so it fits out whatever we can do on our end. If it's there in black and white, which apparently it is, it looks like it's all there. So we need to set up a date to do that. And I can.
We're ready whenever you are.
Okay. When we get done today, I'll call one of you two and let you know, and we'll pick a date between the conversations and we'll see what we can do about getting together on it. You'll have a call today.
Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment. Public hearings. Consent agenda. Anybody have anything? Consent agenda?
I have one question. We have the lease agreement for the airport hangar lot for our approval and signing. I didn't see a copy of the deed for 830 Cedar Street sale. Is that in here? I just missed it.
Nope. I was waiting on a copy of the resolution that was adopted 2 weeks ago because I want that attached as Exhibit A on the deed, and I don't have it yet.
Can we move forward on this?
Yes, you can agree to allow Gene to sign it, and I'll have it to him probably by Friday.
Okay, and then the actual signature on the deed needs to be signed by Chairman.
Chairman of the board.
I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Motion second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Well, Miss Jody,
Board of Health.
you're up again.
Board of Health.
We didn't have anything on there.
I don't know. I just see it on here. the action board.
It's the placeholder, whatever they call it.
Okay.
There's nothing on there. I just didn't skip it. That's a good point. I forgot to ask that.
Jody, is some of this package like this part of your stuff?
Yep, it is. I'll explain what that is here in a second.
This is pretty thin for you.
It is thin. I don't have hardly anything for you guys today, which is kind of nice. So, guys, you ready? Okay, so just so you guys know, an update on the commodities, I think we got a transition in place that Rocky Mountain Sarah will be doing it starting on April 15th. So we've given them the stuff. They said they were willing. They shadowed us last month. So I'm hoping everything will go well, but we'll just have to see how that goes. As you guys know, if you're paying attention to CCI, there is a lot of legislation that could impact my department. Once everything's finalized, I'll let you guys know what's going on, but I've been trying to participate in those calls as well.
Is there anything, Jody, that we need to be concerned about directly here?
I think the biggest thing that may come into play is what they're doing in detention beds. They're trying to cap the number of beds that are in detention. Well, of course, then they're doing another set of legislation on who's eligible to be in detention. Those kids will then probably be pushed into child welfare. And so that's where my biggest concern is going to be, is we're already severely overspent. And if you shift another part of that population, it could have huge impacts to us.
Who's pushing that?
I don't
You
know.
Who signed up?
I don't know.
And when you say detention for kids, what are we talking about?
We're talking, and I don't know the legal terms as much, but like they get in trouble and then they need to be placed somewhere. These are kids that are committing different offenses. And so it's
What are they
just
putting right now?
right now in detention. But that,
Detention jail, or is there a
There-
juvenile detention facility?
there's a juvenile detention facility that I'm aware of. Yeah. But that's not a world I live in, John. So I'm not that familiar with it. So I just know if they're not going in that world, they're going to be coming in
Come
my
over to
world.
your world then,
Correct. Yep.
in the child welfare, and practically speaking, how does that look? Do they go to foster homes, or where do they go?
Well, that's going to be the question, because they're already decreasing our facilities that we have for child welfare. And so if we don't have those beds to go to, we don't have foster homes to go to, where are those kids going to go? And that's the biggest question. I don't know where they're going to go.
We used to have a facility.
Yep.
For kids in detention, and
We don't have it anymore.
we don't have it anymore thanks to the Families First Act.
Yeah, and the Families First is separate than these other two legislations that are going through the state right now.
But it was the driving factor
Sure.
behind it.
Sure.
So, well, we could probably have this conversation
For hours.
over coffee, but I'm trying to get my head around. It sounds like there's clearly an identified problem in terms of these juveniles who've gotten in trouble.
Correct.
And then how do we deal with them? But it sounds like we've got multiple programs to address this that aren't coordinated well. Would that be
Well,
a correct assessment?
I don't know that it's not coordinated well. It's the parameters that allow us what to do with these kids. And it comes down to the legislation.
Right.
Yeah.
But then as the general public hears about this, they're not aware of it.
Sure.
But it does have an effect on them.
Absolutely, it
And
does.
a major effect on county budgets.
It has a huge effect on county budgets, because if we place them, we're averaging almost 10 grand a month right now for every per child. Yes. And so every time we place a kid, that is the cost to the taxpayers. In addition to that, if I don't have a place, they're left in the communities, which then upsets the schools, it upsets the communities, it upsets a lot of different people.
Well, I'm assuming if you place them, say, in foster care, if these are children that have particularly significant behavioral problems, that spills out anyhow.
Sure. And there's
And there's
right
no
now,
mechanism now to deal. That's why I go back to the several different modules to this. They aren't really working together to solve the problem.
yep, and it's a bigger problem than us here. So. we'll just have
So
to see.
in this legislation, they're trying to push through. I'd like to know who the sponsors are of that,
Okay.
and I don't remember them
I'll
particular
have to
numbers right
look.
now. I have them on my desk at the house.
Yeah, I don't remember them off the
Okay.
top of my head.
I'd like to find out about that, because where this affects affects rural Colorado, like
Absolutely.
everything else, the worst, because we don't have detention centers to choose from.
Well, and even that, if the legislation moves forward, they're not going to be eligible to be placed in a detention
Right.
facility.
But
So,
we don't have to start with it. Now they're going to push us on there. We're going to be $10,000 child stuff,
oh yeah,
and that's
county only.
Is there any advocate out there on the side of solving the problem? Not a CCIs or counties, but is there any group or organization?
There's a
out there?
lot of groups involved, John. There's a lot. And so I would highly suggest listening to those CCI calls, and you can see all the players and all the different ones going into it. Yeah.
I know Wendy's pretty active in that. still.
Wendy's very active into it. Yeah. The other piece of it is the funding that I get in my department. There's a lot of formulas. I mean, we don't have just one bit pot of money. I have like 25 different pots of money. Each one of them have different rules and regulations, and I'm sitting on all of them. This year has been an extreme challenge on how this funding is going to be. The data doesn't look right, the numbers aren't. So a lot of my time has been spent on these allocation committees, trying to make sure that balance of state is getting what we need out of them. And it hasn't been determined yet. So just so you guys know where I'm spending my time. The next thing that you have in your packet is a chart. And I gave you a bar graph, and I also gave you the data behind the bar graph. So you guys have it. I just wanted you to see the increase in the amount of caseload that we had. Pretty much adult financial has been staying pretty consistent. Colorado Works has been declining. For you guys, we had an Employment First program. We also had a STEP program, which basically put people back to work. And that's why you saw such a huge decline in our Colorado Works. However, the Employment First program is gone and the STEP program is gone. So it will be interesting to see in the next few months if those caseloads start going up for that program. Employment First is still on here. We still have to carry the caseload. It's just not a program that we run here at the county. Our food assistance, it jumped in September. It had jumped from last November, but now it's starting to decline a little bit. So we'll see again where that is. But the biggest one is on the medical assistance. And so for the medical assistance from November 21st of 2019 to September 5th of 2020, we had a 7% increase. We increased 172 applications. And then again, from September 5th to March 6th, when I pulled the data, we had another 130 applications. So another 5% increase. Overall in our caseload, we jumped 10% from the November to September and another 4% in just the last couple of months. So you can see the amount of growth that we're having in our programs. Now this chart is a chart that I'm actually pretty proud of. This came from Healthcare Policy and Financing. What this is a quality assurance maturity model. Basically, when we determine eligibility, we also have to ensure that we do it accurately. It's not just giving out benefits, but making sure that we're giving benefits to the right people at the right amounts. And you have to have a process in place. The state came in and they checked all 64 counties to see where you are in this process. To be at the highest, it's a 5, so you can be ranked from 1 to 5. The next 2 sheets that I gave you is the ranking of all the counties. And so I know you guys always like to look at the valley counties and see where we are in relation to that. Alamosa County was at a 2. Let's see, Caneas was at a 3. Costilla was at a 2. If you look, because I also do mineral, it's 4 to 5. Rio Grande's 4 to 5, and Saguache was at a 1. If you notice the balance of state, there's only 2 other balance of state counties ranked as high as Rio Grande County, which is Archuleta County and Garfield County. So I'm pretty proud of the process we have in place and the work we're doing over there to ensure not only are we issuing benefits, but we're issuing them appropriately. I don't know if you guys got questions, anything else you need from me?
I don't really right now. Thank you. Scott, good.
You're welcome.
Thank you, man.
Thanks,
Yep.
Jody.
Thanks for
welcome.
answering our questions for me too. I couldn't think of Monica's deal down there when you said that, so.
You're welcome.
All right. Armando, you up, buddy. It's not like church, you can sit in the front row.
I'm Jefferson, to you guys' eyes. Morning. Things are greening up already. A lot of phone calls I've been getting to about the grant money. It did come in finally. We took a hit about 10-15%. So we're still gonna try to figure out how we're gonna deal with that. hit.
It hit that hard, huh?
And you're talking about the grant money being reduced, is that what you're saying?
to Department of Ag through Colorado,
They're reducing the amount of funding.
10 to 15%,
How much?
10 to 15%. That's a big hit to my budget. Huge. We got the John Deere side by side. It's ready to spray. It's actually a pretty nice machine. It's a independent suspension. I got a worker working with me. He's welding the last light bar on now. We're getting all the equipment ready to go, calibrated, just washing everything up, getting ready to go. Our shop well's finally been fixed. You could drink if you want to, but it's kind of smelly, but it can be used for first aid, and it's ready to go. Brochures are ready to go. We just have to wait till April to publish them because we have some grant money to help us 1-to-1. It's $5 each to publish the brochures. So that'll be in April. We'll probably get those coming out. We got some jobs lined up for April. We're hoping parking lots to sterilize the dirt. And we finally got all the bid numbers fixed with Cindy, with all the vehicles, spoilers. That was a big mess. And just all the phone calls coming in about what do we do about the weeds now. Pretty
Ready to go. Crew ready?
We're ready to go now, ready or not.
Got the crew lined up.
Yep. They're all ready to come back.
Everything's ready to go. Sprayers,
Oh, yeah.
trucks.
We're last touches right now.
Still got the heat on the shop or you burn
Yep.
it up already?
Not yet. It's actually nice and warm in there.
Good.
On the funding, have you got thoughts on that?
Work harder and go get it, go find it.
Or where is it? Go find it where?
The private part.
Okay.
I got some, I could go get it. Plus I lined up more work where we'll be okay, I think.
Yeah, state, when I met with state on a CDA, they had talked like we probably would lose some of it this year. They did, I wasn't expecting even 15, but there is a pot of money that the governor's got sitting somewhere that they may be able to dip into, but it's a maybe.
But that's a short-term fix, right? Doesn't take care of us going forward.
It's never for sure anyway. That's what they tell me every year.
Yeah,
What's that?
It's never for sure, they say. It's just a game to
Yeah, we
play.
understand that part, but typically it's been fairly consistent going forward, but now they've actually reduced the funding. It's Department of
Yes.
Agriculture.
And Nikita's getting all that ready for the numbers wise. She's hopefully by next week.
should put it all together
Yep.
for you. Cool.
All right.
Anything else? Good work.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Armando.
Yep.
Debbie.
First of all, I want to introduce Amanda Patrick Clapridge. She will be taking over as a new finance manager. So. Good morning.
She told me that you haven't been too hard on her yet, so.
Not yet.
No.
When did you start? When did you start? Dave?
Monday, the 29th.
Okay, so I'm just gonna basically go over the financials and summary.
Okay.
There's not a lot going on because it's the first part of the year. You'll notice that some funds are dipping into fund balance. That's pretty typical because we receive our tax revenue 1 to 2 months in arrears. So you'll see that. I provide you with a memo. And if you want to ask any questions of that memo, I'm here to answer them. Or if you want me to just summarize everything, give you the revenues and the expenditures, I can do that too.
What's our general trend?
Like I say, it's comparable to last year. So last year we were dipping into fund balance at the same time of the year too.
Right.
So we want to look at the trend, and what I usually look at is if you look at this page here.
It's gotta be back or something like that.
Yeah, it's a different color on yours. So we'll look at the general fund. So the percent of the budget, you'll see that some of them are over, but right now we're 60% of the year at the end as of February. So you look at the percent of the budget, if you see one that's really high, they're spending more money than, if that trend continues, they're probably going to be over budget. The only ones that we're concerned about right now is administration and indirect. And some of that could be indirect. We had some loan payments that needed to be paid the first part of the year.
Mhm.
So that's why you see the 32% used. So there could be variables because a lot of the dues and loan payments are typically paid the first part of the year.
Mhm. We're over in admin. Is that a seasonal bump or is that something that looks like it's carrying?
And it's probably because the budget doesn't reflect the interim and services that we have right now.
Okay, and then the jail, we haven't paid everything on new heaters and stuff
We
like that.
paid for
within the
them, I
budget.
think in February, or was that February and March was when the final payment. Do you remember, Leslie? The gel heater, was that in
I
February?
think we
or
have
March?
one payment included in the accounts payable this
I
time.
think it would have been March because that's when it got installed.
Yeah, so you're not gonna see the final payment on this financial statement.
It doesn't show up here.
You'll see the first one, but not the
Yes,
second
but
one.
this is not, it's not included. So it's gonna give us a little bump because of
Right,
unanticipated expense.
right.
But at the same time, we only have January's tax collections reflected in this, right? We
Right.
haven't shown anything in February.
That'll, we'll start seeing those. We're talking specifically.
Yeah, it's kind of
property
hard to determine where we're at right now because since we collect the tax revenue 1 to 2 months in arrears, you're seeing that we're dipping into fund balance, but our expenses are exceeding our revenues.
tax. Sure. And when you say collector tax, you're referring to property tax? or
Property
sales
tax mainly. Mhm.
Okay.
And then the road and bridge is the HUTF monies.
Mhm.
Those are collected 1 month in arrear.
Now, our big tax bump will happen probably in the June final payment date.
Yeah, that's typically, and then we get the PILT money. We'll get PILT money too, so then that's typical when you'll see.
And that comes in, who knows when?
That
Late.
usually comes in around April and May.
You got all that?
I did.
A lot of information. It's like reading a high school.
So I guess that's the
word
question
problem.
that we probably need to discuss on what, you just want to see a summary or would you like to see all the detail? And I know this month had 2 months in it. You had the January and February because of the audit, getting ready for the audit. I didn't do January's last month. So you had 2 months of information this year, and this month.
Well, that's pretty good. Well, I just didn't see what you did this month if we're going to continue that. I like that idea of that report. If we're going to do 1 month at a time. When I looked this day, I saw it was about a half inch thick. I thought, well.
Yeah, there's 2 months in there and yeah,
Light-
hopefully.
light reading.
It answers a lot of questions, saves time, but it is reading through to pick out the numbers, so yeah.
Yeah, so I try to condense everything on these reports.
Yeah.
So if you know, and then if you want to look into further detail, you have the detail provided
We'll take a
also.
look at
Those
yeah.
top reports, are the ones I like the best. You pick the numbers up immediately.
And I was
see.
I want to add a column on here that shows you comparative to the prior year, so you can kind of see if we're staying the same compared to last year, if there's any variances.
Does the new software facilitate that or does it matter? Does it make a difference?
I've been pulling the information off of the detailed information, but and condensing it for you.
Okay. Is that fairly simple process?
Yeah.
Steve?
I don't think there's really anything major that stands out. I just wanted to point out the use of fund balance, and you just want to make sure that we have budgeted the use of fund balance, but we never really dip into it, so, you know, we'll kind of see if that's the same for this year.
Well,
All right.
Thank you, man. Okay, we have informal reports. Leslie, did you have an informal report? A follow-up,
I'll wait for county administrator.
John? Scott?
I'm looking down here. I don't see. Oh, commissioner updates up here. Okay, I'm not gonna wait till then.
Okay. Anybody show up for the Sky High? Anybody?
Just here to see you guys.
So Carla, what do you need a couple minutes to get set up?
Yeah, it won't take long.
We'll take a short break then while we're doing that.
We might use your screen unless you want us to project somewhere else. You don't want.
It's up to you. If it's projected, we can see it through the Zoom probably, but it doesn't matter. Pull this down if we're going to just do this.
Yeah, well, I'm not as technical as some.
I'm not doing, I think I'm understand.
Hopefully we can get this to work. Thank you. I guess we can talk while we're here. We do have a lot of the user groups represented of Sky High.
Yeah, we're taking.
Oh,
Take a short break
okay.
very soon, and I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Is this in hospital?
Yes, sir, he'll be there probably another week.
Up in the again? Or
He's doing better,
The
but
computer.
sodium's up, stability's not, and he's giving him a hard time, telling him he's ready to go.
I understand.
You know,
Thanks.
6.
Oh, yeah.
Maintain the level of professional
I'm not gonna hear no.
I just wasn't sure.
Nothing will change your name.
It's season.
It died.
It is season.
At least they gonna get
Where do you tax go?
On your property taxes. I
Yeah.
paid mine already.
Oh, not this year.
I think you're gonna raise them. Have to raise them for next year. Much choice.
I'm not government secretary.
Ridiculously low.
The taxes.
Yeah, that's just because of what I'm used to in metro areas.
What you pay, that's why you pay.
Right. Well, there were nothing in Los Angeles either, so, but then we got nothing either. At least here we have services. Community. Los Angeles, we got zero. No law enforcement, no emergency services, no fire, nothing.
This is a lot like me telling mom that my dude.
That's what I was looking for.
They all know. Really have
Find a room to swivel your chair. Yeah.
Oh, fine. Yeah. Thanks, Carl. You see that back there? How about now?
Thank you, commissioners and everyone for letting us be on the agenda. I'm Carla Schreiber, one of the co-chairs for Friends of Sky High Park. We have Kathy Woods, who's the other co-chair. And then we have lots of representation from user groups who utilize that facility. Deb Callahan represents the Crane Festival. We have the Chamber, Gary, sorry, Linda. We have Linda Wires, who's very involved with, POTATA committee. We have Jason, who is 4-H and Stampede. We have Jim Clare, who's Chamber, and a handful of other organizations that utilize the facility. I noticed we have Carla Wilshaw on Zoom, who is with Stampede as well. So we have multiple user groups in the room. I think most of you are aware of the project. We'll give a quick update of where the building is. As far as construction, this is a collaborative project that is community driven with the city of Monte Vista. We demoed the pool and the building in July. That was quite a feat. We do have a video we can show. It's some fun to watch, really. I'm going to run through this pretty fast because we want to get to the meat of the conversation of why we're here. But again, we started doing the, stem walls, those kind of stuff in July. We had to make a big decision in July of whether we were moving forward with the project. When we first started this, it was pre-COVID, and we had had many conversations with foundations and other funders and had commitments. They weren't in writing. They were, yes, we think we can do this amount of funding, but submit the final grant application. An example of that is El Camar. Originally, we had some general conversation. They were going to finance us around $750,000 to $500,000. Well, after COVID hit, they shifted a lot of their priorities to humanitarian needs throughout the state because of COVID, and it was very understandable why they did that. It was an unknown pandemic that we're in the middle of. We didn't know where it was going, and that happened with a couple other foundations. And also, they put our capital construction grants, and I forgot to mention Mark, he stepped down, he's the Stampede, Mark Deegan. They put our capital grants on hold, and we really didn't have final answers on some of those grants until August, September. But Friends in the city made a decision in July to move forward with the project because we did have significant local support to move forward. And we put our neck out there, but we're glad we did because, as many of you know, that with the pandemic, the cost of materials has escalated quite significantly. But again, steel arrived in the middle of October. The building started going up. It's quite a feat. This lower right is where the storage will be for tables, chairs. The basketball floor will be a removable floor. And when recreation opportunities are not in place, the floor will be stored in there. And then for events such as Ag Conference, the flooring will be put up. The roof is going on. You can see this is standing at the kind of the dividing line between the event center and the conference center. And this is a big building. If you look in your upper left, those are pickups down there. This event portion will actually be able to house 2 full-size basketball courts. four volleyball courts. The lower right-hand corner is the conference center, and you can see how big that truck is in there. So it's a huge facility once you get in there. The footprint is somewhat similar to the old footprint. It is a little bigger, longer, but primarily it is the same. These are the women's bathrooms, and I like to bring this picture. This is going to be so amazing. The number of bathrooms, this is on the west side, and there will also be a couple showers in this for public safety and then user groups. The 4-H fair, you know, a lot of those kids stay there during the week. You know, they'll have opportunities to shower. Or during a fire, you know, this facility is a designated emergency shelter, so it will have showers available. But I want to point out the toilets. I don't know how many of you remember the old bathroom that was part of the swimming pool, and you go in there, and the dividing walls were sheets of plywood, and they were cut in half. And you'd stand up and you could see everybody and have a conversation. And I don't know how you remember that, but I do. It was fun. The good old days. But these will be up to code. They started the masonry work. I know some of the initial pictures showed more of a stucco finish, where we went with a combination, kind of a decorative brick and metal. The part of the sides are metal and the roof is metal, concave thing. We are utilizing, that as part of one of our requirements, was that we utilize local subs when we could. Alcon is our general. And so far we are doing very well on local subs doing the project. However, on the masonry, there was no one in the valley who could do a project of this size for masonry, so we did have to go out of the valley for the masonry. This is inside work of where the ramp was in the middle of the old building going up to the grandstands. Before, that was not handicap accessible. It will be handicap accessible in this new facility. And this is the lower right is showing putting in the plumbing for the bathrooms and the warming kitchen on the conference center side. This is here about a week ago. They're putting up the ductwork for the heating and air conditioning and putting metal sheeting on the upper portion of the building. If you drive by there now, you'll see that part was closed. Last week, they poured part of the concrete for the warming kitchen and the bathrooms for the conference center portion. We will be up to code for numbers for all of that. And then this shows the brick wall on the Sherman side. And part of the reasoning for that is, you know, we didn't want it to look like a potato salad. So it will have a nice finish to it once it's complete. Going into the use of this facility, I might turn this over to Kathy Woods. She can explain this graph better, but this was actually created by the Alamosa Chamber, and it shows the 2019 hotel trends in Alamosa.
Yeah, so I think what's good in Rio Grande County is good for Alamosa and vice versa. But this trend that is the Colorado Visitor Bureau kind of keeps track in several ways of visitor trends. And it really shows a spike when things are going on at Sky High Stampede. Carla and I met with and visited with their board of directors and staff. They're very excited about this project and that the trends they see during the Green Fest, which will go out, Stampede, all of those things, truly affects the whole valley and certainly affects Rio Grande County. So they look forward to and are committed to referring inquiries that, and they get many, they say, whether one of those events or conferences in the San Luis Valley because of what is here that we can't currently book. So they're going to work closely with our chamber and with the county to make sure that they feel like they can have that building for a lot of the time. So really excited to work on this. It's a good project. And
Kathy, what's ADR stand for?
I didn't even see that. Average daily rate, I think. I can find out maybe what Jenna. I don't know.
I that's the spike in numbers.
Yeah, it's the spike in numbers you can see during Cream Fest and during other
February
events.
But those are percentage changes, not never changes. So you see a 10% increase, there's 5%.
But you can see in February, that would be the ag conference. And also, a lot of those people stay here in Del Norte. When you go talk to vendors, and I think you can verify that, Linda, she talks to the vendors a lot of the time, and many of them stay at the Windsor Hotel during the ag conference. But the February spike would be the ag conference, then in April, March, April would be the Crane Festival, and then on down, then you have towards July, August, that spike would be Stampede, and then I think later into October, November, to guess, I'm guessing, like, would be the summer.
Stampede too is a huge spike. They have reason to believe that there's an opportunity there to recruit hotels. I think we're going to, right now, the occupancy rate is amazingly high for an area our size. So hoteliers have inquiries, and I think this is an essential place.
This might be a great time for Deb, if you want to talk about striking down this. Okay. What would you like, Debbie, to talk?
The second one.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Thanks. As Carla mentioned, I'm with Planning and Programs at the San Luis National Refuges. And we also are the major organizers of the Monte Vista Film Festival, Monte Vista Chamber, the City of Monte Vista, and other groups and volunteers that help out with this event. This is really good timing that in 2020, a group called Colorado Open Lands approached us and they wanted to do an economic study of the Crane Festival because they are interested in doing, and they already have quite a few conservation easements on lands here in the San Luis Valley that are focused on providing habitat for some of the cranes. So there are places that have wetlands, people that are growing cranes, sapling cranes, around the west, the waste cranes, and pass through here on the San Luis Valley. So this is Sky High is very important to the Crane Festival. We have our information booth and we cooperate with the chamber to do the arts and crafts and nature fair. Hopefully once we get in that arts and crafts fair. And also in the back section, we've got all the BLM and the National Forest and all the public lands folks that are talking to all the listeners that come about things to do in San Luis Valley. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. But we use Sky High to work all the buses for our tours. Yeah, Sky High is very important to us, and we're going to be able to show you how that does can able to have people see this economic study. There was also a grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board
all open lines and public comments or any festival. We'll do this intern and Max came down and helped do that and released their study on previous studies that were done in Nebraska. It was neat was there. We had a lot of good, a large group go through the valley. I think they're right about, I think they've been running that for a few more years than us. But last year, this year, was like really, really big on the ground tours this year, but we did do it on the top. So it's been going on a long time here in the valley and huge for the valley. That red circle right in the middle of all those lines going through is the same as and this shows the Greater San Joaquin migration route. The winter down in Mexico, our person also go Apache Wildlife Refuge, but we also go into Mexico. And in the spring, starting out mid to late February, they're starting to be more, and they come to the San Luis Valley. The San Luis Valley is very critical for the San Joaquins because we provide a huge amount of food. They pretty much eat all the food in Mexico by the time they go up, to carry their hunger. And they really need to put in a lot of that so they can move north, up into Wyoming, if you're in southern California, northern Colorado, and if you're in the Green Junction, it's very, very nice to use them. And then they'll come back down to the San Luis Valley and stay to the ground in the fall. And again, they're people in the spring. In the spring also, the refuge was cool, pools, and it's a whole bunch of water, sea, water things. And so actually, those kids spend more time here in the San Luis Valley than they live themselves in the United States. But what comes with the San Luis Valley? Yes. And this is what we're going to be able to really show you what goes on. Like here, 6 weeks total, and peak number is about 3 weeks in the spring. Let's see, survey. And in your packet, there should be a copy of the survey that we did. Our intention was to do a survey between February 27th and March 27th for 30 days. That was cut short because of the pandemic. We were lucky to get our paint festival in, so that didn't happen. So we were able to utilize the old building. I think we were about the last year. So you're lucky. Is that we have other festivals that we cancel these year for 2 years. So we were doing this actual survey, volunteers were going out and interviewing people and gathering information about hotels that are staying in, about food they were doing, how much gas they were buying, we gathered a lot of information. We also have those thematic vehicle counters, and those we have on for 60 days. So you can see how many people are coming to these various locations. This refuge and this refuge, so we're looking at what's happening in Rosa. Painting lots of this refuge at Sky High, Restore, and the Valley PD of the regular assessment facilities. And so that actually we were able to collect that data for the whole 60 days. And we were able to take the survey data that we got, and it wasn't really, so I was all the statistics and math that goes into this, but we were able to take the data from actual surveys and then put that together with the average number of people that were on and extrapolate that out to how much actually was being used. So we actually had 261 survey responses, which 95% of the people that were asked actually took the survey. I think that really shows how much people value what goes on with the parents and value coming down to the San Luis Valley and just and the partner estimated approximately 20,000 caregivers in that longer period. So some people like myself just come down and miss the pain festival because I didn't get all those things and things like that. And so we created the sample during the pain festival on the other side of it. 12% of those visitors were San Luis Valley residents, and 88% were from the outside of the San Luis Valley. And then once the cranes were on, it was 89% from previously covered. So we just really see the cranes were And this is our appointment to service Colorado and other counties. And the top 5 counties are Paso, Colorado Springs, and which we've always kind of. But I'm hearing and I see what I'm hearing. Tickets and regular people from all over the state. And this year, because we have actually Canada, and 1 or 2 other foreign countries, and so the survey results, we pretty much figured out an average spending for a local was $26 a day. Non-locals that were just passing through, or they might even be clean state of stay with what they want to see what plans are like when people come from. We're estimating $76 a day. The non-local hotel folks are spending $252 a day per person. And usually those people come in and spend at least 2 months. Some people aren't. So we really estimated that all this for you, it's almost boost to our dental to show that people say, for every dollar spent, they usually triple them in the next, it's more than this, is the impact of it. So again, the importance of Sky High and doing a great festival, I think is just really going to enhance people's experiences. And they're going to come back because they see the facilities and the input. Hotel location. So here we can actually see, that's one of the, our most likely pretty much goes up for the festival and then festivals hotel room. But you can see Loma Vista, pretty much goes up. I know a lot of people like to say, it's basically, it's here to watch the movies, and everything. So moving in hours, it's the first San Fernando Suites, Donut, and the Windsor, and then a few other people come down and stay at the hospitals here. And I might add, throw in one of our foundations who have contributed funds is the Chinchilla Blanca Foundation. And they have that guest place south on the Forbes, and they fill up. They put me to the free band is huge. They fill up. And that's what it's. Yeah. So, yeah, this we did really capture. Just a quick run-in, as we're talking about this, and the way commissioners the survey respondents have been spending money before events were involved. And we're a small group of volunteers, and we pretty much do it every week. But and looking at more groups, events like the Crane Festival, even more in the Crane Festival, we estimated from what people want to survey and what other things we want to do, what other things we do, we could at least get an additional 300,000. So, we all got 2% in section part of 2 years. And so what we want to show is cranes and viewers and that's what we need to see as down. And Crane Festival provides a significant one of the focuses for this report that should the commissioners here is that we're dependent on the water resources. Because as you know, we're supposed to possibly export water from the valley, and we're all challenged with water in the valley. So water and agriculture are really important things, and that importance is very critical. And if we lose those water resources, right, it becomes an agriculture and really farms and do it too. So I think that's really important to hear. It's not that simple for people traveling. It's a time here that we really have, that's for arts and culture.
Can I ask you a
That's
question,
it.
too?
Yeah.
I know you didn't do the survey. Okay, so, I'm trying to make sense of it here, to make somebody else know. I'm looking at hotel locations, it says, and so large letter. Can you tell me what the yield of new locations
Oh, that's right. So
So,
those are probably actually 267.
okay, this is, so
So
it's a
this
narrow
is just
sample
basic.
size, it's probably a
Yes.
lot
Yeah,
more.
oh, yeah.
So, first of all, I'm full supporter of film festival. But what I'm seeing here
Yes.
is that Alamosa, if we were to extrapolate this and expand it, Alamosa sees about 40% of what we're
Because
more
of
than,
such- yeah.
more than Monte Vista.
I think they call it business.
We fill Monte, so,
We get the over.
and I assume that we're all here today because we'd like to see some of those conversations. Has Alamosa contributed anything to this?
We presented to the board of the marketing district that we were there, and they intend to possibly and the elements of they did, and we needed to, and we'll be presenting these things to.
We obviously have to be cognizant here at this point, given the availability of facilities, they see much directly from the impact. Because those people, based on this, they spend 10 times as much as the local residents, close to that, and easily 3 to 4 times as much as that non-local the bulk of that is still.
And because that's where the community starts. But that's our goal too, to improve these resources. We're doing that all the time. We've had a conversation with the already that we'd like to happen. Just know that this new great facility will be
Maybe, I know we need to wrap this up. Linda or Gary, would you like to speak on behalf of the chamber? Or the school board? Gary's also chair of the school board. We'll put them on the spot real quick. Maybe a
Well, on behalf of the chamber, this building is going to be so important to us because the events that the chamber hosts each year, we use that money, the profit, for without that, we would get that the chamber is open daily. So it's very important that we can continue to host as many events in this building for the future. Yes. Jim Clare.
Jim Clare, in relation to the Ag Conference in the year 2017, gross profit income to the Ag Conference was $39,000 or $39,000. Net income to the chamber was $22,000. And another thing that people don't realize is 25% of that goes to CSU extension. So
25% of the 39.
yes, which was 5,980. In the year 2018, gross profit was 43,000. Net profit to the chamber was 32,000. In the year 2019, we had about a 38,000 gross profit, or 34,000 to the chamber, plus that 25% of the CSU extension. And then this last year, 2020, with the Ag Conference, and in 2020, we had 54,000 gross profit going to the chamber. And then once we got our expenses, we're looking for CSU received 8,800 from that portion, with 26,000 going to the chamber of commerce. as Linda alluded to, the Chamber of Commerce this is the main money, one of the main motivators. The chamber to keep the doors open for the facility and non along with things such as the Crane Festival, ag conference, home garden show, stuff like this. And this is some of the stuff that helps the chamber along with facilitating these events that we want to put on. So with that, we realize how important the facility is, and we look forward to the new facility expanding the revenues that are coming in. A lot of that once again is coming to the county through sales of gas stations, restaurants, hotels, stuff like that. One of the other things we want to emphasize is for the ag conference, we've always had a waiting list of vendors. And then been able to accommodate. We tried a lot of different things, moving stuff around, taking the food venue for inside the Sky Park out to the Mullen building, which was an exciting thing. A lot of people didn't like that, but gave our vendors more opportunity to be able to sell it and come in. But we've got a waiting list of vendors for the ag conference. And the other thing, things such as Friends of the MRA, we hope to facilitate that with not only just having the annual meeting, but having an event where we might have a 2 or 3 day event where we have classes, training, vendors, similar to the ag conference, and expand that. One of the other options we're looking at is to see if this is pretty good.
Jason, do you want to say anything on behalf of 4-H? San Luis Valley 4-H Fair Board?
Y'all know it. Come back here a couple months ago. This building is a huge part of art. So we house all these kids that do indoor projects. All their stuff gets housed there so that visitors can come see what these kids do. We have the sale for the livestock. All those kids get recognized through the livestock sale. Kids that do indoor projects, they don't get that recognition. And so having a building on site that's going to be able to house all those projects and let those kids be represented is a big portion to us. My wife is a 4-H leader, and she actually requires her kids to do, if they're only wanting to do livestock, she makes them do an indoor project so that they get the experience of that. And this building was a big part of that. Last year we had the fair, we got the building right there, so we had to actually take the indoor projects to an off-site. It was pretty detrimental because kids didn't get the recognition that they needed. So anything that you guys are going to do is definitely a benefit to us.
I just want to say something real quick as far as the fair. This last year, Jason did an amazing job of putting this thing on. Unless you go out there and see what goes on with the fair, the fair events and stuff for that week, you have no clue how many people are involved. We go out back and look at the horse traders, we look at the traders, and bring the livestock in. The family that's in town. You have to go out there and see it, to believe it. It's amazing about what these guys do.
And we'll if Mark wants to say anything on Stampede, I think everybody knows Stampede. I will throw out not only Stampede, but there are other organizations that depend upon Stampede for their annual fundraising. And the Monte Vista Rotary Club, the Chuck Wagon Dinner, that's one of their largest fundraisers. We got the school band parents who do the hamburger fry. That's their fundraiser. So yes, it's Stampede, but there are a lot of other organizations that piggyback on Stampede for their fundraising opportunities as well.
Well, this is very important. It's going to be a shine for everybody. Everybody right now finds through very excited to do it. I want to do it. So we can't express. Right now we're excited. We're exactly what I wanted to hear. People are ready to go. People are ready to see each other. This will be great.
Here?
Real brief.
Yeah, brief. What we got?
Even with the school, there's no saying if you go with it. going to the crane festival, stupid cranes in Mount Vista. When you put those things, it's in the middle of the pandemic, and it increased traffic in Mount Vista. Tax dollars, all of those kinds of things. Even during the pandemic, half the places don't even open. And so it kind of shows that do these kinds of things, we're going to have a lot more events coming in. We have a lot of inquiries after the chamber through the years about conferences and things of that nature. And that whole process is so numerous new activities that we can do. And this is a wonderful opportunity to increase tax dollars for our country.
And real quickly, you know this, and Mark said it, this is a gem and something for your family to be so proud of, because not very many people have opportunities such as this. We appreciate your support and really appreciate your partnership in this. Bonnie and Marty with you, RGCC, have been an amazing partner with us, and we're going to work hard to help us succeed too. And we included a letter from the Monte Vista School Board, and that's in your packet. We won't expand because we know we need to get going. We are coming to the Board of County Commissioners and requesting that the county provide an additional $100,000 out of the CTF funds, Conservation Trust Funds, which is the premise for recreation use. And as you can see, the breakdown of the facility, 65% of it goes to the recreation center. And DOLA approved this project last, I believe it was in your packet, I believe in December of 2019. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is an approved DOLA packet or package project, and CTF funds can be used for this facility. And this is a breakdown of where we are on for funding as of today. We're short 5% of the total project cost of $8.6 million. And thanks to this team, I would put that challenge out to anybody to raise $8.2 million in the middle of a pandemic. This community wants this facility, and it can be seen by foundations, the business support, almost 500,000. And I fell over today. This chart shows we need $480,000. We met with REC yesterday. We can reduce that down to $430,000. Here's a check for $50,000 from San Luis Valley REC Foundation for this project. I just picked it up this morning. This is how much this community wants this thing to happen. Stampede Committee put in $50,000. There's just so many people. Civic community, Monte Vista Rotary, Del Norte Rotary, Alamosa Rotary. You talk about local government, John, all 6 counties in the San Luis Valley have contributed conservation trust funds to this project because they all believe in it and they know how much it impacts the valley. Clubs and organizations, we have we had a quilt club, a San Luis Valley Quilt Club contribute. We've had the Antique Iron Club, I forgot the name of the Firemen's Fight Club. We've had the Brothers Keepers. We've had, I forget the ladies' organization, Eastern Star, and they've contributed. It's just the 4-H clubs, they've contributed. It's just amazing how the people want this to happen. Individuals, and we had one estate. I feel very honored that a gentleman and his wife who had no kids, they had the confidence that they named Friends of Sky High Stampede as a beneficiary of their estate because they believed in this project. This is a group of 4-H kids that went out. A farmer rode out the potatoes. They went out and picked them up, and then Jason helped them bag them, and then they sold them to the community. They raised $4,500 for this project. that's what's happening. And they aren't the only 4-H clubs. There's others who have done things for this project because they believe in it. They know it's their future. Went the wrong way. Coming back, 75% of the funds raised to date have come from the valley. 25% is coming from out of the valley. And we're still working. We've got some grant invitations from Coors and the Anschutz Family Foundation we're working on, but that doesn't mean we'll get them just because we got an invitation. You know, this is an accomplishment the whole community should be extremely proud of. Again, I would challenge any community to raise over $8 million in the middle of a pandemic for this project. It shows how important it is. You know, we still got some challenges, but we're so close. And we need to give our hats off to the community because it is definitely a community project. And as Gene Rodriguez said at the 2019 San Luis Valley Ag Conference, this facility is the heartbeat of the valley. And Gene's from Alamosa. You know, that's how people realize this. And we can show you numbers, how the different counties, we've got numbers for events, the fair, Stampede, the Ag Conference. It is truly a valley-wide utilized facility, and it's the San Luis Valley Regional Youth Event and Conference. And so, but it embodies our past, our present, and it's going to build our future. They were mentioning other conferences, Water Congress. They're interested in holding their summer conference here now that we have a new facility. They hold it outside of Denver every summer in different water basins. I've been chatting with them, and they want to come to Rio Grande County if we get this, the Rio Grande River Basin, if we can get this facility built. So we do have a lot of things in progress, and we would just hope that the commissioners would see the importance of this and help us take this to the finish line and make it reality. I think that's it.
Carla, you said that in our packet, did you provide a copy of this presentation?
No, but I can send it to you. What I sent was a letter.
Kathy, would you come closer with me? Look at you when I say this. So, Deborah, was it?
Mm-hmm.
I have one correction on your whole presentation. We are not pushing water out of the valley. They're going to have to pull it out.
I was mentioning people are wondering. I wasn't saying
Just thought I'd clear that up.
No.
Okay.
And the other thing I just add, we're all volunteers. We all have real jobs. Nobody's getting paid for this. So every dollar that goes into this project is spent 100% on the project. Everybody here has other real jobs, just saying. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. My statement will be in a minute.
And I notice I'm going to say that's probably Greg Metz, who's also Stampede Committee that has joined Zoom.
So, gentlemen, presentation, touch anything? Commitments?
One thing I can say is I was a kid when they were building that building out there, and brings tears to my eyes, everything that's gone on and everything it's brought to Monte Vista, to the San Luis Valley. And like Gary said, you build it and they'll come. And it's the best thing that's happened to the San Luis Valley in a long time. And I just thank all of you for everything you've done. And I've been one of them that has used it, you know. And my hat is off to all of you.
I guess my comment is, I agree that having a facility like that is a great benefit. My concerns are, I see that Monte Vista is working diligently on doing some more aggressive economic development efforts. They're talking about hiring an economic development planner, facilitator, something like that. One of the things I asked for at the beginning, whenever we first ask was made, and we gave 150,000 from this county, was, can you show me some numbers? Projections, what do you think it would be? We know what the ag conference has done, we know what the paint festival does, and we know they can do more. If we had more capacity, the ag conference could have more vendors. There's no question there. But there's a reason that so many of these people stay in Alamosa, because we don't have facilities in Monte Vista that fill up, the restaurants fill up. And so it becomes kind of a chicken and egg event. Build it and they'll come, work sometimes, depends on what you build and where. Sometimes it doesn't. And so it has to be kind of, my view is kind of a holistic view of how are we going to bring all this together? Maybe a synergistic view. Whenever the dirt drags were in town, you couldn't find a place to eat. People were sleeping out there on the tents and going to Safeway and getting bologna and whatever, because they didn't have enough dining facilities in Monte Vista. So it's one of those where I'm going, I hope we don't find ourselves several $1 million into this and people come and, you know, you mentioned these different conferences that come, like the water conference, you know, they move it around. So that's a once every 5-year event. How many of those can we get? And if they come and don't have a good experience in Monte, are they ever going to put us on their list again to consider? So it's one of those with the chamber and others working to get Monte Vista up to where they have the capacity to service these groups. And so I'm not opposed to the concept at all by any means. I just want to make sure we have the money and that 5 years from now, we're not saying, oops, because we missed an important component. That's my own, that truly is my only concern.
John, I think your point is so well taken. And I think, oh, it's one step at a time. You know, Carl and I've said, whoa, when this is done, I don't know, we may need to take a break maybe. But I think all of our goal is from here on out, we get the facility going and then we work on that other, we've talked about that a lot. I think there's so much, I think Rio Grande County has so much opportunity altogether. Marty and Bonnie, I wish they were here in person. They would talk to you too about the inquiries we get now in the San Luis Valley. I think COVID, as bad as it's been, has made also some positive changes for smaller communities. I see Rio Grande, and I was born and raised here. I've been like Scott. My dad built that building. I remember it all very well. Well, no, I don't. I was sort of small, but it is absolutely imperative that we get this done. And then that's where we go next, is working on improving everything else here and making it better.
And to your point, John, as well, and discussions with Craig Cotton at the Division Water, they're wanting to hold the Rio Grande Compact there. So every 3 years, guess where it would go? Because, you know, the college, it's hard to host it there or the deal. So there's another event. Yes, but that'll be every 3 years.
State treasurers used to come here when the Holiday Inn had a conference center.
It all adds
Yeah,
up.
the treasurers convention, the state treasurers convention was in Alamosa, what, 3 years ago, 4 years ago?
I think longer ago than that. We
No,
haven't
that's
had
before I
this-
was
was it?
still
Okay.
around. And
You're still around.
yeah, but it was there, but we have to go get them.
Yeah.
And those are things we know we're gonna have
There's
to
a
do.
lot of commitment to do that.
Yes.
So you guys have work has just started. You don't get to quit after this.
Well, we aren't gonna quit. Maybe breathe a little.
Yeah.
a
We gotta
little
get it built.
Clearly. Yeah. I think the opportunities are immense and I think I speak for all of us. We're gonna work our tails off to continue. It's not gonna end here. This is the beginning of being able to grow our whole valley to a certain extent, only as much as we want to.
Well, maybe you could throw a few bones our way out of the Alamosa side of things.
When you have the resources here, which I know that Rio Grande County will have, I do now, actually. My boss isn't looking good.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
How about hitting Alamosa County / city, whatever, dollar for match for whatever Rio Grande County puts in.
Well, that's why I had her move up here, because I had the same kind of idea. I was gonna wait to see if we had a motion for dollars, and I was gonna make a challenge or anything, so.
We always try. We win and present it to them, and we'll do the best we can. We'll continue that charge.
you have enough inertia going on right now. I mean, obviously you quickly tore down the building, so we were left standing there. So we don't have any choice now.
So
do
you
we?
guys probably felt like us. We were like, whoa, this is really
What do we
happening.
do now?
It
Yeah.
got real scary all of a
But
sudden.
from a commissioner standpoint right now, I really do appreciate the presentation. I'd like to have Carla's presentation just so I have it, because it's very, very descriptive of what's going on. And but I would like to have a chance for this board maybe to sit and cogitate on it a little bit, just to see exactly what we can do comfortably. Make sure that we're not tripping any wires anywhere. You can understand those concerns, but not to delay. It's not my intent to try to delay anything that's going on here. We just technically, officially, that we've been hearing rumors. I've been hearing rumors. This is officially the first I've heard it. So if you could give us just a little.
John, on that, I've gone through all this and I think it's there, and I would make a motion that we give them that out of the conservative trust fund that we give Friends of Sky High Park and the city of Monte Vista $100,000.
I hesitate to second that. I second it for the purposes of going to discussion, if I may. Okay. The discussion on that is when we granted the 150,000 before, there were some technical issues within the DOLA requirements, and they gave us advice on how to meet those specific criteria. This attorney hasn't had a chance to review that, and I think it would be important to look through there and make sure that we stay following in with the Conservation Trust guidelines, whatever that is. I'm guessing that, I can't speak for the attorney here. I'm guessing it would be to make sure, since those funds are restricted for recreational purposes, can't be used for conference centers, as I understand it, that we want to make sure that what we're putting our money towards qualifies in that, or if there's a workaround that's legal in terms of entities and what have you, that we stay within the guidelines. Quite frankly, that's my main concern.
Yeah, I
So I'd like to
understand
have her
that.
have a chance to look at it.
Carla mentioned though that it was we had a pre-meeting, even having the full development of the plans for this building. We met with DOLA and found it to be within the guidelines.
If we could get documentation of that.
And I think I have that letter.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we
Things like
presented
that. So that's
In fact, where's my computer? That old computer. Because actually, I know that was a huge concern the last time, but we did get DOLA approval, and we could probably get Christy Goon on the phone right now if you want to have her verbally confirm that.
well, I'm more comfortable with paper.
I think we need to move on and get it done.
It's there, and you already dispersed the 100,000, and I know you guys researched it well then at that time.
Well, that's the reason the 150.
Or the 150.
That's why we kind of stopped. At that
But
point.
John, is there a reason why the county has $350,000 in this account and they get $40,000 quarterly from the state, and this is for projects, and it can only be used for projects like this? Why is the county holding that much money in an account?
Well, first of all, we don't get 40,000 quarterly, you get it annually. Okay, so let's get the numbers right.
Okay.
So that's been building up, and we have a constituency here. What I'm trying to say, we have a good group. There are other constituencies who aren't as active, and of course not, but I hear the grumblings about certain things. So I want to make sure that what we do is considered and deliberative, that if there is documentation, that we have a copy of it. And I know there's been back channel conversations a lot, but they have not come before this commission. Okay, so
Wait. Back channel conversations, what are you talking about?
People have been talking about it. Obviously, you knew about some of this because you're on the committee, or you represent, or you attend, I guess, the Friends of Sky Highs.
Actually, I haven't been since it initially kicked off. I haven't been attending.
Okay, well, I don't know, but
because of this reason.
But I want to make sure, and the conservation, I'm not trying to slow this down, but I have some questions on statistics and numbers because that's how my mind works. And one of the things, Kathy, I asked for originally, you remember this, were two things. And I relented on that when we did the vote last time. One was, and it's too late now, was to actually, for this board to see the engineering report that said that the existing building was unsafe and it wasn't viable to rehabilitate it. The other was a business plan or a business model showing some sort of projection about what could happen. And it could have ranged from, we aren't adding any new event to the valley to we're going to have something in there every week. Okay, and I asked for something like that because we hear a lot of speculation about how beneficial it's going to be. But I know how multipliers work. I also know that those models, typically oftentimes you hear 3 to 8, every dollar spent gets turned that many times. And we know in this valley that that doesn't happen. Okay, because of the way money, how retail and enterprises have changed. So for instance, Walmart money doesn't stay in the valley. It goes except for what they pay the people. And that used to be counted in the multiplier. Right. So those types of things, I just, because we do have some explaining to do. This is a significant amount of money paid to for the county. Each county, each municipality gets their share of the conservation trust funds. It appears to me that Rio Grande County has been asked to carry the lion's share of those funds, using their funds for this project, the conservation trust funds. That's why I was kind of chiding you about, hey, Alamosa makes a lot of money off of this. How about if they kick some of theirs in, more of theirs in?
Well, and we have approached, I think we did provide way back when I don't know if you call it an engineering study, but we went through that a lot. Like, should we try to rehab the old building?
You did, but we did. I can tell you this board didn't see it because whenever we made the vote on it last year, those documents hadn't been provided. And Forrest had also assured us that we would be seeing those documents.
Wasn't that building actually condemned?
No.
Well, it was for a period of time.
Yeah.
They closed, the city of Monte Vista did in the fall or what it was about February of 2019, they did close the building because of the safety issues concerned.
And you were given a timeline on how long you could actually use it.
It was 5 years way back then, so we would be close to that 5th year right now.
As I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there were different reports on that and different thoughts on it from professionals, not from me because I didn't see any of it. But in any event, we keep hearing this. I'm just saying that's fine. I'm not saying it's not true. Can you show us? The engineering part doesn't matter anymore. That building's gone, so it doesn't. That's a moot point. The business model does matter from this standpoint, and I know that COVID got in the way of some of the funding. The original money that Rio Grande County committed to this was conditioned upon one thing in the letter, and that was that they had the full grant funding lined up. That was the condition. Yeah. Okay. And we've bumped into an issue here, not because of lack of planning or lack of effort, circumstances, but right now that's still controlling based on the agreement we had. I don't know if the attorney's even aware of it or seen it, but I do remember that that was a condition that was agreed to by both sides with Monte Vista, city of Monte Vista, because we've not given the money to Friends of Sky High. We had to go to the municipality, and that was a term and condition of that. And we haven't modified that yet. And I'm not saying we can't modify it, shouldn't modify it, but I think for basically making sure we cover all of the issues that were here and all the details, that we look at that, make sure that we're in compliance with that. And if we have to modify it as a board to accommodate this, that we do it, but we do it in sequence and properly. And I think that our legal counsel should be able to give us some advice on that.
Carla mentioned this too. We did a lot of preliminary work before we started the project. We felt like we had a fair commitment for the vast majority of the funds than knowing that we were going to go out to the community and try to raise further funds. Tell me about many instances you've ever seen where a group of people has been able to raise almost $8.6 million. And we're looking for the last in money. We still have some commitments we feel are coming our way, but COVID happened and it's still happening. That building is erected and being finished now. It's an amazing feat. What community has had some opportunity like this? So I ask you to consider that when you're considering whether to donate this money that we're asking you from these funds. That purpose are basically for this type of activity. It not only provides for outdoor uses and things that you're thinking of, but it provides a whole lot more. So I ask you to think about that as you make your decision. It's more than just, it's a small amount for a big gain for the whole valley. And I understand where you're coming with that.
I would also like to bring up just 2 points real quick. Co-op had a burger fry for the meat end day. There was 750 hamburgers given out that day. That shows that this community is ready to do things. We're ready to get back to somewhat of a normal life. We're ready to spend money in the community. Also look at, and he said it just perfect, look at FAIR. We service hundreds of kids. Those kids are coming up in this community. This building is going to be there for them for years to come. It's not just, yeah, it's an initial investment of your original and the 100,000 that we're asking for now. But over the lifetime of this building, if you spread it out how long this building is going to last, it's a small investment from the community and from county commissioners and from the county itself.
And you know, you're talking about the indoor projects and the importance of them, but we know that particular, you and I have talked about this.
Yes.
That part of the 4-H program has kind of been dwindling down, and it's an important thing to, as you well know, highly critical, and that I'm on a board that obviously supports that effort every year. Something else you might think of. We've got COVID stimulus money potentially available. We haven't had a chance to find out what those funds can be used for, but there's a possibility that maybe they can be used for something of this nature. Again, it's justified and making sure we set inside the criteria. So rather than piecemealing this, I would like to take a week to kind of look at it, have the conversation, have a work session on it so we can see numbers, come up with our own, whatever, and see if there isn't a way we can make this work and maybe even find a little more in that pot. Is what I'm thinking, rather than, it's hard to keep coming back to the well. It's easier to do it all at once. Yes, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I forwarded an email to Ms. Lake here. One is from Christy Doon, who is the DOLA Regional Director. This is January of 2020. She says, I don't see any issues with the jurisdiction in San Luis Valley transferring Conservation Trust to Monte Vista for use on the Sky High facility. She was also addressing Mineral County and Canales County. That was part of the longer part of the conversation. I've heard from Janelle. We all know who Janelle is, County Administrator in Mineral County, and gave her this information. I'm including Leslie Jones, the State Conservation Trust Program Manager, on this email for any questions, concerns. I received an email back from Ms. Leslie Jones. Local governments that are CTF program participants may transfer CTF funds to the city of Monte Vista. It is important for both the contributor and recipient to document on their CTF annual report, either revenue or expense or revenue sharing. So that's what we were basing our information was from the state administrator of the Conservation Trust Program, that this does qualify for Conservation Trust Program.
Yeah, I think we've read that before.
Well, except that one of the, there was additional correspondence subsequent to that, and from the state. And so they, I won't say they cautioned us, they gave us the path to follow to make sure that we didn't trip any wires. Because once we commit this money, if it is spent in a way that it turns out is not eligible, it falls back to us. We're responsible and we have to refund the money as a county. And so we just want to make sure that we don't leave any of those loopholes in there. That's all I'm asking, is that we make sure that we do it right. And having the documentation, as an attorney, I would assume you'd want to see the paperwork. Is that correct? Okay, and that we want to make sure that we're covering all our bases. And in the meantime, I want to lever Alamosa to get more money in the pot.
We are, Jim.
Just real quick, from what I hear is Scott made a motion and John has pretty much seconded it. But I don't believe John is asking anything out of line. If I was spending that much money, I definitely want a plan to see the future. And he's asked for the design plan, the vulnerability of the building. And I think we should make sure we get that. If that was supposed to be coming from the city, I think we need to make sure we get that and get that to the commissioners so they are all on the same page. And I agree that we need to get that completed. And I think that would make you guys rest a little bit easier and make this process move a little forward, a little faster.
Well,
It's my understanding though, the engineer plan, I don't know what that's gonna help now.
Well, the thing is, it's
And I think we provided something.
rather than hearsay,
I can
Okay,
email both to you
so,
right now.
so at this point, what I need to do is I need to ask for,
I'll withdraw my motion per the chairman.
okay, we're gonna withdraw our motion. We're gonna put this on a 1-week deadline. Next Wednesday, we will have our answers.
Well, if we get the information from, the other thing is. and I'm-
Wait.
Excuse me, okay.
I,
Since I'm gonna have to second the withdrawal.
well, let's get it done proper because I don't want to go through it.
Okay. The agreement will have to be between the county and the city of Monte Vista. And so we haven't had any of that conversation with them. I know that you'll be talking to the powers that be on that side, but that's where the agreement will take place. And so we want to make sure, I'm gonna have to defer to the attorney here. How do we do that? Make sure that and how much time does it take? Can we get done quickly within a week or within 2 weeks after the motion or whatever, after we approve it?
I can get it done as soon as you have the information that you're asking for to make your decision.
Okay. I mean, I
Guess I would like to be clear on what information are you requesting?
Yeah, I feel like that might have been in the first packet we gave you
Yeah.
back then. We should have just reinitiated that this time. We didn't.
the two things we asked for, that I asked for, were not included, but I don't, quite frankly, I don't care. That's not what's driving this. I just want to make sure that we have this plan going forward. And also, there is the potential, no guarantee, that there might be other funds from other sources available to facilitate this in addition to what you're asking. Okay. And I think we need to we need to go do our due diligence on that very quickly to see if we can't do that.
So did you second the withdrawal?
I will withdraw the second and I make a motion then that we table this pending until we get the information and that we pick a date certain within the next 7 days to revisit this.
Second.
Yeah, motion second. So that's what we'll do. We'll carry that forward. My thoughts originally were to do this challenge thing. Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So my thought was to challenge Alamosa. If we do put up the 100 or whatever, that it be challenged as a match.
We can ask, we can definitely ask.
How about twist?
We'll try to twist.
And I don't think our decision will be based on it, but I think Alamosa, I know they got some money down there. They could probably kick in this if they wanted to. There's probably a few others that could too, but for what you guys have done, I mean, you need to be really patted on the back for the work that's gone into this. And I'm very serious about that. I think it's been very well handled. I think from start to finish. And I'm really proud to say that I was friends of the friends. So, but we'll get our answers for you. See what we can do. Everything's set. Sound good?
So basically all we need to get is the engineering reports.
No. The engineering report, I mean, that'd be nice to have, but that's over and done. That would have answered the questions we were getting about was this the most cost-effective way, and was that building
And I think we
salvageable? And
provided that to you
Not
in
to
the
this,
first
not to
term.
this board,
Okay,
but,
well-
I mean, the statements were made, but we never saw the document. And the same thing with, I don't expect you to go out there and do a full business model, but can you give us a little idea of positive economic impact or something like that? But that's not necessarily the criteria that it would be nice. It makes it easier for me to communicate in the community about, look, this is a real deal. It's not a do the full Monty event again, which didn't do, that didn't have anything to sell. You said, so we want to make sure that we're doing that. This is a major project, and we just need to make sure, and specifically, we need to make sure that we have covered all of our bases on this, and also to cooperate and collaborate with you if there's other potential for other funds.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank you
time.
for your
Thank
time,
you.
you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And Carla, you'll send that presentation? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Art,
Okay, good morning. This will be short and sweet. On February 14th, we had what they call an AOP meeting. Invitations were sent out to various people in the county that needed to sit in on it. Commissioner Knopsker was in on it, Sheriff McDonald, Chief Sullivan from the Monte Vista Fire Department sat in on it. And what this was is a ongoing operating plan for wildfires that we have been a part of in years past. There were some changes made during the meeting. We were all asked our input. There were not anything that we directly wanted changed in it. This is an ongoing living document. Some of the major changes are this is not a yearly document anymore. It is a 5-year plan. And that doesn't mean that if there's changes yearly that can come up, we'll meet on it and get input from everybody. This operating plan for Rio Grande County is not specific to Rio Grande County with the exception of the jurisdictional maps and the radio frequencies. All 64 counties in the state get the same plan. It's mirrored to be a statewide cooperation. I'd like to have you all sign it and submit it and get it done so that we can be part of this statewide program. Some of the ramifications are if we do not participate, we could risk losing millions of dollars in reimbursement if and when we have a wildfire of any magnitude that constitutes more than just local jurisdiction and suppression. And that's all I have.
For the last 2 years, I guess this would be, third year. I've attended the AOP meetings. I think I actually signed it in 2019.
Right. When we sign it, Devin Haney has sent you an email of this. And what it is it's an electronic signature. And I believe Sheriff McDonald will have to electronically sign his side of it. But if I could get you to adopt it and sign it, it goes into effect. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow, the new plan goes into effect.
I would make a motion that we approve the annual operating plan, authorized signature by the chairman.
I'll second that.
a motion second to approve the operating plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you for your time. And I'll take care of that other
Okay.
stuff.
Appreciate it.
Dad.
Yes, sir.
Tell your dad I'm on my way. So if I
I
get
will.
out of meetings.
I will. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good day. Chief, yours.
Patrick,
I'm just here. I didn't know if you were gonna address the next item that's on your,
we actually pulled it.
okay.
Yeah, and I thought you should have gotten, well, I should have called you. We actually did pull it.
Okay.
We'll do a little research. It'll probably be a conversation we'll have maybe off of this, we'll get everybody together and talk about this, maybe even run out there and take a look at everything, so.
That would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, all right.
And Patrick, I called you, I wanted to get your input on it, since I'm the chair, the person that, from the commission that works at the airport, so I just wanted to hear the story.
Yeah, feel free to give me a call when you have an opportunity.
I will, I did this morning.
Okay, I
Yeah.
Did you call the office or?
I called Patrick Sullivan, wherever I got my speed dial.
Okay.
I think it went straight, it was your cell phone.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I was here. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Let's go with the rest of this. Leslie, you're up.
I think this is a Nancy one.
I think the employee manual is good to go. There are two pieces. One is the county stance on marijuana that is being revisited by both Mr. Dunn and myself. And the other, and that's strictly around pre-employment drug screening and then random drug screening for use of what's now become a legalized substance similar to alcohol. I think what we're looking at is adopting the impairment levels that are currently in the vehicular code. But we're not finished with it yet. So I'd like to adopt the employee handbook as it stands. There's also some question about the whistleblower policy that we'd like to just put some fine tuning to. But if we adopt it, let's use it. It's currently in practice. It's written and currently in practice as it is written. And so I don't see any reason to hold up the whole employee manual over those two issues. And they're on our lists, mine and Mr. Dunn's list of things to do, but they're not critical to the adoption of this employee manual. And I think everyone has worked really, really hard on this manual. Everybody's had their opportunity for input, and I don't see any reason to delay it.
Really, really hard for a really, really long
For a
time.
long time. And
Be nice to get this one put to bed.
right.
I do have a question.
There's nothing objectionable in the two pieces that we're looking at some new wording for, that's all.
And this is strictly a procedural question, has nothing to do with the manual or not. But obviously, as time goes by, we make changes.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have a specific procedure on how we do that? I mean, we can make the change, board votes on it or whatever, administration does, whatever. But how do we track the changes?
That's not my bailiwick. No one has suggested to me that we need a procedure for changing the employee handbook.
Well, she had said that we could take out and insert. And one of the things that has been problematic for us on any of these policies and resolutions and all is the tracking.
I think we need to date these and make sure that the manual is issued with revised date on each section, each chapter. And if we're changing the chapter, then it would be a revision and that will be stated on the chapter, the front chapter page. I think that's really important because especially if we're going to change just a few words in the drug policy, the drug testing policy for the county. So that would be my only request, that we add to this employee handbook is the dates accepted for, and we can do it on the, you can do it on the table of contents for that matter, chapters with revised dates. And so that would be easy enough. So then you just pull the whole chapter, throw it away, put in a new one with your new table of contents.
And whenever the employees receive this handbook, they sign that they've received it.
Yes.
Okay, so there should be some sort of confirmation that when there's a revision, that they acknowledge that.
That's correct, there should be. So a revision packet could go out with an acceptance page to each employee, and they could sign that and return them back to human resources.
That process is your process to handle, correct?
Yeah, and I just want to clarify that any changes, including the whistleblower and the drug policy, will come to you for approval first. And what we are planning to do is to throw out all old copies because it was changed many times and not adopted, and all the copies were in there and we could not tell which copy was which. So what Nancy's saying is really important, and we are also going to, with the exception of copies that Deborah will keep because she needs a historical record.
Right.
We're going to
archive.
purge the office of all these different personnel manuals.
I make the
Sounds good to
motion
me.
then that we accept the employee's handbook as presented.
Second.
Motion second to accept the employee's handbook as presented. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And so we have a resolution for that. Do we know what number that's gonna be?
I don't, because,
Cindy assigns those, doesn't she?
yeah, I think that the agreement is that Cindy's going to assign the numbers to the.
So we've adopted it, but we haven't actually done a resolution.
Well, there's a resolution
right
in your packet. I would encourage you to adopt the resolution adopting the current employee manual as revised to date.
There's a reso for every.
Yep. You went too far.
Went too far. Which way?
The resos are right after the cover memo for each policy.
You find it?
No, I didn't. But
It's right at, right there. It's right after you had the memo and
Right
then the
after the-
resolution,
AOP.
right after AOP.
And just so you know, each reso, which it did look like we had been doing before, rescinds all previous approvals.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So each reso states that by approving this policy, you're rescinding the approval of all previous policies. So,
So the motion there needs to be a motion that we do that, or is that?
no, it's in the reso. I
It's in
just
the
want
res.
to be clear, because I looked at past resos of approval, and they didn't rescind old copies.
No, and that was part of the problem for not
You really need to
archiving
do
them.
that, yeah.
Get them out of the record.
Well, I'm gapped here. It's not in sequence, I guess. Okay.
Where's your rip rap?
Right here.
Okay, turn the page,
Go right after that.
right there.
There you go.
There we go. Okay. So the resolution, does this and previous versions be rescinded? So that's the clause.
Yes.
And every one of them.
it's not the right one.
Maybe it should be back.
And it's an appropriate resolution for approval,
So I didn't make a motion to approve the resolution.
but you need to.
I need to. Okay, I'll wait till Scott finds his spot.
What does that say?
Maybe we
What's the
want
title of
to
A resolution adopt the
put
attached
some
employee code of conduct. and
tabs on
ethics.
That's
these.
the next
If
thing.
there's a resolution in the packet,
And it's not
can
there.
put a little
Out of whack.
Yeah.
sticky flyer
So
on
this
it.
is the
I mean,
resolution.
just
Okay.
something as simple as one of these.
Oh, I'm gonna
type
do
things,
second read.
so they can find them quickly. Because
So,
this is a big packet.
so do I have a motion for the resolution?
I make a motion that we adopt a resolution adopting the attached employee manual revisions and rescinding all previous employee manual.
Second that.
Motion is second approve resolution for the handbook. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, gentlemen. This comprised of a lot of work.
Okay, now we're
For a
gonna
lot of
add
people.
something next.
Well,
The one I was at.
Yeah.
we'll quit having meetings about that, right?
Hallelujah.
This one, this in that resolution adopted attached purchasing procurement.
The next one is the purchasing and procurement competitive bidding policy. Again, all department heads have had the opportunity to participate in the creation of this. I'd like to applaud Leslie for her hard work on this one. This was, we had to create an exception here and there for some specific issues like used equipment or sole source equipment for road and bridge and others. But it's good to go. The policy's been well vetted and everyone's had an opportunity to participate and they understand and are able to use it appropriately.
So I want to add that Commissioner Knopfler, you asked me to highlight what was changed since the last one. I lied in my cover memo because the printer made me a liar and printed it in red instead of yellow. But on page 6, we changed that first at the very top price should be, the lowest price should be considered as opposed to selected. And then the second thing we did was farther back on page
17, I think it was.
17. At one time it said rental equipment and demonstration equipment. We just changed those to be rental equipment only for long-term rental.
I don't want to add anything to the conversation, but at one point, we had a local preference clause. And I didn't see it in this proposal, and the other day we were having a conversation. I didn't get that mentioned. And I don't even know if it's something we want.
I don't think it necessarily would affect the way that this policy has been drafted is to encompass as broad a policy as we can to cover our federal grants. That was one of the largest issues for federal grant compliance. I don't think there's anything stopping us from looking at local first in this policy. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. I don't think that in order to comply with the federal granting policy that we can put that as a condition for purchasing.
I think before it was a May statement, and I think there was a percentage that if there was then 5% or something like that, the lowest bid, that we could go with a local vendor. This is off of recollection. I haven't seen the document.
I think that was one of the reasons we changed the item on page 17 was so that all other things, no,
On
it's on
17?
6, on
On
page
6.
6. All other things being equal, the lowest bid should be considered,
Should, but it's
but
not
it's not
mandated.
mandated.
Gotcha.
Right,
Yeah, I think that was what the discussion was at last day.
that's
isn't
right.
it?
That's
So-
why that language was chosen. So again, I think this is a well-written policy. I think it certainly solves any issues we might have had with federal grant compliance, and everybody's had an opportunity to participate in stating it. There is a
Are you still
resolution.
looking for it, Scott? No, I found it. Okay. No, I'm just looking through the different stuff on it.
There is a
John.
resolution for adopting the attached purchasing, procurement, and competitive bidding policies. I would encourage your,
I make a
Yes,
motion that we adopt the resolution. Approve the resolution adopting the attached purchasing, procurement, and competitive bidding policy revisions as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All right, the next one is a HIPAA, PCI, PII, PHI compliance policy. Again, all parties have had the opportunity to participate in vetting this and reviewing it carefully. We had input from DSS, we had input from public health. There are a couple of items highlighted in red that were initially bones of contention, shall we say. And everyone that added those comments is able to live with the policy as written. And we believe it's good to go. Including Dr. Ben Cole. He had his opportunity to review and assure that he was comfortable with this policy.
And one addition, Deborah Enset was appointed as the Chief Information Security Officer by Judy. And since we've changed that to the board, this is in the back, probably to re-sign with Jean Glover as the chair of the BOCC.
You're suggesting we change that language? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we're just assigning him as the signatory authority.
Since Deborah is a CISO.
Deborah is a CISO, and so is
Correct.
there a,
Page 6.
and that was a change.
Everyone felt that human resources was the most appropriate Chief Information Security Officer. So
And then the chair of the board signs.
that's correct.
on behalf of the board. I'm not gonna make all the motions.
I'll make a
today, so-
motion that we would adopt the revised HIPAA, PCI, PII, and PHI compliancy policy
By resolution.
by resolution.
I second that motion.
And motion is second, all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Okay, and we have a resolution to adopt the grants management policy. The one that was provided in your packet has yet again some changes. You were given a secondary handout this morning separately. The only changes different in the handout that you received separately this morning from the one in your packet were some typos. No substantive changes whatsoever.
You personally guarantee that?
Leslie does.
Okay,
I
I
looked
hope
at
you
it.
ducked it.
I didn't see anything substance. I mean,
I didn't, I haven't had a chance to review it, but
you can approve it and I'll make those changes.
the one that is in fact in your packet has been, again, it has been gone over with a fine tooth comb by every department head and by myself, and including Mr. Dunn on behalf of the Department of Social Services. And we're ready to adopt this policy. It meets the guidelines that we have to meet in order to make our grants not high risk. And it was a lot of work, a lot of hard work, and people put a lot of good repeated energy into it to make sure that everybody could live with the policy.
The
This one you handed out, they've got handouts for you. This is the new corrected when it
This
goes
is-
in here.
Leslie gave this to us this morning.
Okay.
That came in.
Had the,
Cindy
here,
Hill's
yeah.
been proofing.
that, yes, Cindy Hill proofread it. So
Okay.
that was the,
So it's- And you say this would help get us off higher risk, won't get us off higher risk, but it's one step.
It's
toward
one
that.
step toward it, and it's a big step toward it to have an appropriate grants management
And that
policy.
takes care of SAMs and all these things that we've been kind of.
Collectively, these 6 plus the templates that Jeannie Borrego has
Mhm.
developed should get us up high risk.
Right.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the grants management policy by resolution.
I'll second that.
The motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the next one is a resolution adopting an employee code of conduct and ethics policy. This, again, is one of those items that is necessary for our grants management to be appropriate and keep us going in the right direction with that. We opted to remove it from the employee handbook because it just seemed to be reiterative of most of what's in the employee handbook, but we need the policy as a standalone, and the handbook reflects that it's available in human resources should anyone need some specific moral compass direction.
I'll make a motion
Well,
that we adopt revised.
Ethical, it's
one
required
of
by
our
the,
requirements from our high risk, because they want it stated that the employees aren't gonna cheat or make fun. They want a policy that says you can't do that, and that's what this says.
and that's what it says. And so,
Okay,
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we adopt employee code of conduct and ethics policy by resolution.
I'll second that motion.
motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
all right, your next one is by resolution adopting a policy regarding depreciation and capitalization. And that, again, is one of those that we're adding to get us off high risk on our grants management.
But substantively, it is exactly the same as the one you approved in October of 2020.
Right.
It just has, we updated 2 CFR 200 a little bit because some of the references.
So this brought us into compliance with
Correct.
2 CFR 200.
Which changes at the whim of,
Anybody, yeah, whoever writes CFRs, right?
that's correct. So this will be one of those that will have revision dates on it as reissued as necessary to remain in compliance with 2 CFR 200.
Does it, I didn't look for that specifically. Does it say in there that we're going to automatically correct, or not correct it, but update it to remain in compliance with 2 CFR 200?
It does not. I mean, I think that's assumed, but the reason why they made 2 CFR 200 is they used to have all these OMB circulars, and those would change. What they do now when they update 2 CFR 200 is they stick with the same numbering. So it won't go out of, and that's what we had in our depreciation policy before, was we refer to those circulars. Those have all been combined in 2 CFR 200. The numbers stay the same even if they revise it.
So they revising that
You
section.
don't have to
whatever.
revise it.
Right.
Well, I make a motion that we approve the resolution adopting the capitalization and depreciation policy as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next one's yours.
So you saw this last time. We are working on this anonymous complaint mechanism. The way that, Nancy's been involved in creating that, the criticism of our current one, which doesn't seem to be linked to our website, although apparently we have one, is that it's not anonymous. So this one would still require you to put your email.
I don't have that.
No,
as
I
next.
think we're jumping.
We're looking at
jumping the line.
Homeland
Homeland Security
Security
Grant
grant?
Corrective Action Plan.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Action plan?
talking about.
Okay,
But that's part of the plan. We have part of our requirements is that we had to make our whistleblower webpage anonymous. So the way it will work now is that you'll still have to put in your email and, but it will say that if you are making a whistleblower complaint, it will go to the county attorney who will keep that anonymous. She will not reveal who it comes from. So we'll see if that goes with the state.
the hard part is if they're making a complaint by email, they're identified. And obviously, someone making a complaint wants to know that it's been received and acknowledged. So rather than have a county employee entity receive it and acknowledge it, it will come through me. So that it
Now,
doesn't,
where is HR?
remains anonymous to.
Where's the HR in the complaint process?
So HR with this particular whistleblower complaint would not be involved.
They're not involved.
So it's specifically for one reason, it's reporting financial issues, that someone's misusing financial funds.
Does it specify that?
It
Or
will
is
say
it-
that,
It will say that,
that's
yes,
the
that's
criteria
the
for
criteria.
anonymous complaint. If it's not under that criteria that the federal government wants you to set up this anonymous complaint, then it won't be kept anonymous. And that's, you already know, you get complaints on a web page that you need to know who the person is because they'll say something, but it's,
What
you have
other,
to investigate.
if we have what other whistleblower procedures do we have for other types of complaints?
Those are addressed in the employee manual.
So is there confusion by using a whistleblower name for both categories?
Well,
That was part of the discussion.
yeah, so what we would do is that in order for your complaint to remain anonymous, it has to be under this criteria.
We're talking about for the
I
website.
understand for the website, but I can tell you that right now that if we don't somehow specify that very, very clearly, the employees will be concerned, will be confused. And it doesn't matter if you put the mouse print down there, this is for financial improprieties or whatever wrong with. And I assume that for financial whistleblowing, that they don't have to use the website for that.
No, they can also turn in, and in fact, the ones that I got that turned out to be true when I was in Gilpin County were on paper delivered to someone's mailbox, but they were anonymous. There was no signature, but they were clearly from two different people, and it was similar accusations.
And we received an anonymous complaint last year about another entity that receives county funds. And it was an anonymous complaint. And there was a question of whether or not we tried to pursue it or not, because that person chose to remain anonymous. So there was no way to verify any of the allegations. We didn't have a starting point on that. And in this case, if we have an HR type harassment or whatever whistleblower complaint, does that go to HR?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so only the financial ones would go directly to the county attorney.
Correct.
And is there like a,
And only if they choose to remain unidentified to the county.
right,
As an individual, they don't want to be identified to the county. Then it would come to me.
then they might be identified to you. though.
Correct.
That individual could identify
So that
themselves
someone
to
can,
you.
so I can respond to them and say, okay, we're going to look into this.
Gotcha. I understand that part of it. How does that work on the website?
That's what we're working on.
Yeah, we're working, I have to
We're
go
not there
back
yet.
and figure out the new wording. WSB is setting it up, and they can set it up however we want to set it up.
So that in this case, this email directed to that office
Goes straight to Nancy.
goes straight there and is not accessible by anybody else to determine who filed the complaint.
That would be the plan, but we're not there yet with the wording for the website.
And they've already set that similar kind of thing up for me for the sign up for the newsletter. So I'm the only one that will get the signups for the news, or the county administrator will be the only one that gets the signups for the newsletter. It's something that's possible to do. It'll be set up the same way, only it's Nancy that's gonna get these.
Okay, so the technology's out there to do that. And my only question is, as a county employee, or this could come from a citizen, making sure that people understand there's two different types of processes here when they submit. How to direct the complaint, so they don't make the whistleblower complaint directly to the county attorney for a non-financial issue. You're in the chain of review for non-financial whistleblower.
If required.
Right, but you're in that. So
If
you're not.
it's something that human resources can't resolve, then yes, they would.
But you're not the first point of contact.
Correct.
So that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I
That's what I
mean,
said.
I
It
think
just-
there
it
is
just
no
keeps
way that
everything
you
on
can
the
insulate
document.
yourself from somebody sending a complaint the wrong way. But I can tell you that we all talk to each other, and if we get something that shouldn't have gone to us, we will send it to the right person. I mean, that's about the only thing we can do. People do get confused about what they should do, especially if they're, upset about something, and we just handle it, I guess.
Well,
I mean, we can do clear instructions and have boxes to tick, but
in the employee handbook, we have a whistleblower policy in there. I assume that there's a presumed template of hierarchy, at least implied.
There is.
Okay. Is that the place that we should let the employees know that there's two different processes? Because employees typically aren't going to go to the website to file complaints, and typically.
they're more likely to drop an envelope in your box.
Yeah.
That whole policy is still being looked at.
I'm not saying.
But it wouldn't be a bad idea to say that employees, please use this process, not the county website process.
And they could use, well, and quite frankly, if they do want to make a whistleblower complaint about financial impropriety, but they don't want to put it on the website, they can drop it in your mailbox, right? They just need to know whose mailbox it needs to go to.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because I know where this will end up a year or two or three from now, when somebody misses a step on it. But in any event, we're being asked right now to approve this policy, or
You're being asked to approve a corrective
action plan, and that was one element of it in terms of financial whistleblowing stuff.
Correct.
Scott, you up to speed on this?
Yeah, I can see what's going on.
You feel confident to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion on the Homeland Security Grant Program Corrective Action Plan Draft Resolution.
I'll second that motion.
The motion second, all in favor?
Aye. Now, this one coming up includes the application forms for each of these commissions.
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking for is the resolution that enables that.
Right at the front.
Right after the cover.
Resolution adopting the attached advisory board member selection and appointment policy. Going. Turn one page. There you go.
This is not a resolution.
Oh, you're in a different order.
It's not the end of the world. I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody else. I just have to find the page. But, and this one actually has a number associated, 2021-10.
Yeah, I don't think it's number 10.
I think that was what it was when it first got
When
presented.
it was first presented, right? But it had a different number.
So we have gotten all of the advisory committees covered on this.
Yes, this is what we did. We staggered the terms where appropriate. Jean sat down and went over it one by one with us so we could get all the changes. We had the practice of, inserted the practice of having planning commissioners representing each district, including the alternates. And we removed the list of liaisons because it's already mentioned in your yearly appointment. We didn't really need to have that list of liaisons.
Not for this purpose,
Not
for
for
this
this
resolution.
purpose. So we just took those out, that they're handled and reference that they're handled through that annual resolution.
Okay. And then I'm just snapshotting over to the Airport Advisory Board. There is a separate document for this board that says terms of service, maximum numbers of members and what have you. So these just are approve the applications. And then over here in the text of I guess the briefing here, that tells us how we're trying to do it. And, I skimmed through this because I thought we'd kind of already covered it and I didn't know if there was anything really.
You had just asked.
Here's the resolution. Yeah, I found it, Nancy.
Okay.
Right here. So the basic concept is here in this little summary sheet.
Yes.
The actual resolution is fairly non-specific and leaves it to each application and each board's own policy guideline documents.
That's correct.
But this cleans us up to make sure this is how you get. This is how you get to be on the airport.
That's how you get on.
Yeah,
For
right.
instance,
Right?
you know,
Yeah,
with the
they don't
airport
get
board, I know
assigned
I've heard a lot of
until
comments that
adopted
they would rather have a
or-
3-year
or
term.
assigned.
You'll
So
have
when
to
you
change
do
those
it, you should say
guidelines.
that.
Because we do an annual term right now.
Normally.
But that's something we can change
Yeah. normally.
That's not in
without
here.
monkeying
It's
with
not-
this.
Correct.
Yeah, they're asking.
Okay.
for it to be adopted. So,
Yeah,
Then I'm going to make a motion that we adopt the resolution, approve the adoption of the resolution for the advisory board member selection and appointment policy.
second.
A motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
It's like,
I don't have the
yeah,
visions,
I don't see it
goals,
either.
statement
Even rechecked this
in
thing.
my packet.
It's not.
I made a note that that's not there.
It isn't. I
Okay,
don't know where it went.
so
We
we
could
can
just move on. and I
move
can
on
come
from
back
L.
in.
We'll come back to L. Move on to M.
Already, Grant?
What happened to it? Checked this like 3 times.
Actually, I would, for the record, I would like to make a motion on the consideration of general business item number L. It was something I felt may need to have some conversation about. Personally, I had some thoughts on it. So I would like to table that move to table it until, and I'm open to time and place. Next meeting, if that's okay. Does that work?
That's April 12th.
The April 12th meeting,
On L.
on L.
Yeah, okay, second.
April 14th, I'm sorry.
Get it
April
right.
14th.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
apologize.
Don't
that
want to
wasn't-
confuse Aubrey.
Look, there's a lot of stuff here. So April 14th, did you get that, Aubrey? Okay. I made the motion,
And
you
I
seconded
second
it, okay?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Give us a chance to,
Are we,
next,
These next three, you don't have to make a decision on. You just ask that I notify you when we get grant opportunities so that you can look at them, and that's what these next three are. Ready, impact grant, and the SLB COG grant.
okay. This grant is administered by Department of Local Affairs. Just scanning through it, I know the source of funding is it federal or state funding?
Do not. So my guess is that it's state.
And I assume that READY stands for Rural Economic Development Initiative. So it can go to economic development organizations, to nonprofits, to private employers as partners.
Can those funds be
And then
used
government.
for the Sky High project?
Well, that's where I was headed.
I don't think it can be, I don't think it can be spent on buildings, but I may be getting this.
It may, maybe no capital
What
improvements.
could be is that tier 2 impact grant. That could be spent on Sky High.
Well,
It's,
go ahead, I'm
it's
sorry.
capacity building, job creation. It's more programmatic or research. So it could be spent on like a economic market study, should we decide to do that. It could be spent
Could be
on
used for their
an
business model.
economic development strategic plan where we talk specifically about what we could do for job creation and economic sustainability. That's what it's for. You can. Yeah.
Okay, so business attraction and retention projects. And we get a project which supports startups or business expansion, which doesn't sound very specific. That'd be something.
But it's more programmatic as opposed to not construction of buildings. It's like if you wanted to start, what do they call those things where?
Incubator building.
Well, it's the new incubator where you have a big open office and young people come and talk at a big table and have plug-ins and.
Oh, okay.
I went to one once, it would drive me crazy, but.
Yeah.
It's the new thing.
Okay, it says this is time sensitive. A match is required. You obviously have to have a plan. Do we coordinate on the READY grants with DRG?
I did not. I did talk to Urged about this, and I talked about the economic market study, and they were supportive. They would like to do that. I didn't talk to DRG. You know, if we wanted to do a regional project, that would be a good group to talk to, but I was thinking more Rio Grande County.
I don't know. I don't have any economic studies we've done.
Urge says we've never done
Well,
a market study.
So this is consideration of a grant opportunity, and the proposed project is perhaps an economic market study. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, that's what I suggested before, because that has been a tool that I've used over my career to actually do economic development that looks forward to what the market trend is and what the location is more likely to be able to attract. But you don't have to do that. You can do something. I mean, I think we've talked about an economic development strategic plan where we actually come up with steps to strengthen the economy in Rio Grande County, not just in, you know, a comprehensive plan that says we want to do economic development, but
Submission deadline is May 21st.
yeah. So we would, if you want to apply, we'd have to decide earlier in April.
Okay. Again, that's something that takes some consideration, make sure we're not, that we get what we want, what we need, or to what we want. You know, my concern about consultant study and planning, that oftentimes we spend a lot of money and we haven't specified what it is we really expect.
Is there a way, Leslie, for you to provide a list, for instance, of all possible uses, all possible or foreseeable projects that we might want to apply this grant money to?
Sure. And the other thing is, if you should want to see something further developed, I could develop a draft RFP so you could see how that might be spelled out, exactly what you want.
I think what I'd be more interested in, Leslie, is just knowing what that grant's available for. Because if that grant's just available for getting somebody to study for us, I'm more interested maybe finding a grant that might actually do something constructive.
You want to see something?
You know, see something other than just something else to put on a bookshelf back here.
Would you like to see an RFP for a strategic plan that comes up with steps to achieve?
On the
that?
strategic plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What I would
Anything else?
offer as a suggestion is this overlaps into other, whether it's revolving loan, other grants that DRG does or the COG. And so I would like to see how this complements those programs rather than see it as a standalone grant opportunity. Some of this information already may be out there. We've got some time on it. We've got until May 21st. We've got all of next month. And I can, since I'm on the DRG board, I can, well, even if I weren't, I can access those people, see what it is, and see how this interfaces and how it's been worked, how it's been used before in the valley. That's okay.
Yeah, I think a better understanding of what it's actually for when we start on it's going to help a bunch. I mean, it's,
and I can get you a report on that from the DRG perspective.
Yeah, that'd be good.
So what I'm hearing is that you'd like to see kind of a sample RFP for a strategic plan.
No.
Oh, okay. And then John,
I'm sorry, for the strategic plan?
Yeah.
Yes, I would like just a sample RFP on it.
And then John
because
will
we
do
talked about
research on
strategic
coordinating with the development council.
Yeah, but we're not looking for strategic or a marketing plan. We don't need an RFP on that, so.
You want an economic strategic plan.
And a clear definition of what economic strategic plan is.
And I think the most important thing is they'd like a list of available uses for this particular grant.
And that is something.
Not just an RFP about a strategic plan, but
the RFP for a strategic
whole
plan is a
gamut.
separate conversation.
How can this be used?
So what I could do is examples of something that might fit here that this could be used for.
That'd be great.
Okay, does that sound right? Because the list is infinite, but there are things that smaller communities do with these kinds of things that you might be interested. And I did include on the back the list of previously awarded projects.
Yeah, I saw that.
Well, and I think too, Leslie, if you gear that list to the workshop that they held, that you all held, talking about goals and missions and visions and the kinds of things that we know are interested in being improved across the county, that would give them a better picture of how we could use this grant funds, these grant funds. I want you to boil it down for them.
I wanted to get a direction on that, so that's great. Is that, do you all agree with that, that that's what I should be doing?
I do. Yep.
Thanks. So the next one is the SLB COG mini grant, and that was the one, it's another one I ran by Jean prior to moving on it. That's the one that you've said previously was used for the airport. So I want to, before we do any work on that, if you want to apply for it, then, certainly it's available to the airport.
A little background on that. This grant had been out there and hadn't been accessed. So I brought it to the attention of the county 2 years ago. And it's a match grant, $5,000 match. It's a nuisance grant for COG because it's small amounts. And people apply for things that are not eligible. One thing that was eligible and needed here after we talked about it was the airport said they need fencing out there, partly for wildlife, primarily livestock, and at least for perception of security. So we've done 2 years where we have spent $10,000 in each year to extend the fencing. And 5,000 of that each year came from the grant, 5,000 from the county. We have other security issues out there. The first year we were supposed to put a gate in. I have to correct what I'm saying. The first year we didn't spend our entire 5,000 because some of the projects didn't get accomplished. One of the projects was putting a gate that actually had a code on it, so you could so people didn't just drive into the airport. I've not talked to Earl about this specifically at this point. If it's, and there are other things we can use it for, but we have to stay in the guidelines. So no, we can't buy a snowplow. We can't buy rolling stock, that kind of thing. We can do capital improvements.
So again, Leslie, to help you sort through that, this is another one of those grants that they'd like a list of potential uses for, so they can pick and choose on how they'd like you to go
At least
forward to apply
categories
for it.
specific.
Categories, based on the projects that were listed and the discussions that were had in your goals and visions workshop. I think that
the categories are listed in this cover memo. It's really wide open.
It is and it isn't. So several got rejected last year because people applied for things that didn't fall in the guidelines, countywide, valley-wide. And we run into this on these kinds of grants all the time where people go, well, I don't know, maybe it'll fund this. Let's try it and see.
So, my hesitation is that I don't know enough about what projects that you've wrestled with in the past to come up with a list. I mean, I can ask the department heads and do something like that, take a poll and see if I can get a list from people about what we might be able to spend. Would that work?
Well, yeah, here's a project scoring, but it's almost, no, that's the ready grant. Let me go over to COG. It's fairly broad, but you've got tier 1 and tier 2 grants.
Are you looking at the energy impact that SL?
Yeah, that's the energy impact
Yeah,
right here. The only thing I
SLG
see
is-
on the economic development grant application is,
It says the grant funds, this is the SLD one, may not be used to supplant regularly budgeted staff or project funds to purchase rolling stock, office equipment, or normal operating expenses. Other than that, it's pretty open.
This is the one you wanted initially to use for
A website.
upgrade of the website.
well, this falls into the same category as the, in a sense, in the Ready grant, because I believe Ann Jones, or Sarah, not Sarah anymore, maybe Tanya's handling these. And I can just talk to her and say, look, where are we scoring? How much money do you have? Because these are scored locally, and then they have to make sure that they comply with the DOLA limitations. And you can apply for more than one if there aren't enough applications to use the funds, but the funding has been reduced for this year, as I understand it, the amount available. And I think there were 4 applications on the table when we met last. So, and the COG can adapt the guidelines to meet the needs of the community, so there's some flexibility in there. And the main thing is that the projects have to be completed by December 31st. Now we ran into that.
Maybe we shouldn't have these included in the packet for a commission meeting and get together and discuss this with you so we can discuss it.
Sure. So what I put these on here is a notification. And so what I think a way to do this is when you get these notifications, if you feel like you want to talk about them and what projects are available, then we set a workshop. How's that? Does that work?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think putting them on there for a spot to discuss. I mean, since we don't know any more about the grants and what we did when we started type thing, you know, we're familiar with COG, we're familiar with Ready Grant to a degree, but it'd be nice to have this in a work session where we could sit down and actually visit about it and say, yeah, don't waste your time on that. We're not interested in going after that.
Yeah, that's fine.
That
And it
makes
does
sense.
help me though to know what you would like to see me prepare ahead of time.
You just, if you have a list of grants that are ready to come up, you just put them together, so shoot us out a memo that we got this coming up, and we'll set a time frame to get together and talk about it.
These are the 3. I don't know of any other ones.
The 3, what's the third one?
That's the energy
Mineral impact.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the one it's possible that you could spend on Sky High.
Mineral impact.
And this tier 2 is a large sum of money. I've rebuilt town hall, community center, and a lot of those funds. Water systems.
Now, is this money that is derived from severance taxes?
I don't know. There are severance taxes that we get an allocation for. We used to get, all counties used to get, rural counties used to get a big allocation, but Governor Hickenlooper diverted that to balance the state budget for marijuana revenue. So I don't know if these comes out of severance or not. I don't know if this is another, I don't think it is. I think the severance funds come directly to you, or they go to meet the table requirements for the MEC.
The reason I asked that is in a briefing with DOLA back whenever they passed those ballot initiatives on energy development and the subsequent rules and policies, they said that about 12 to 24 months, this would have a significant impact on the amount of grant money available through DOLA to the counties. It'd be a downside impact. And so that's the reason I'm asking if these energy impact funds come from that or
I
not.
can certainly research that.
Um, You know, we talk about grants, this is just a general thought. Oftentimes, a grant opportunity will come down and we'll chase around trying to find a project that kind of fits, rather than deciding what it is we're trying to do in the county and then see if there's money available to help us do it. And I think that's how sometimes we end up with some of these grants that didn't really accomplish a whole lot, or we end up with a study on the wall and can't do anything with it. And that this is a governance philosophy about, do we chase grants or do we figure out what we want to do and then go figure out how to pay for it? It's just.
Well, and I think that's why it's important to have these conversations where we can sit down and talk about it, because Leslie's idea on fixing the website might be a good idea, but maybe we need something, maybe it's more important to put a gate at the airport.
Maybe.
And we need to worry about working on that grant, and that's a conversation we could have and kind of develop a type thing. I don't know. It just makes more sense than sitting here trying to read these while we're going and figuring out, well,
What can we buy with this typewriter? Or,
let's see if we can order us a,
pay the attorney.
typewriter.
Do you want to set a date for that workshop?
That was just a throw out there while we were sitting there kind of in a mental pause.
I think what we need to do, Leslie, is we need to have you go ahead and gather up the information we've asked for so far, whatever there is. And then you send us out a link that we can respond to, a doodle poll or monkey poll or doggy poll or whatever they run on those things. And we'll try to respond to that and set a date off of that.
Okay.
Instead of trying to pick a day today, because I think
we got a full day if you're going to everything we've got this afternoon. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so letter P, please.
I can fill you in on that if you want.
Somebody.
What we have here, you understand the Homeland Security Grant Program is issued, Homeland Security Grant is issued each year to the region, and we are the fiscal agent for that. So those grants are 3-year grants. They overlap. So we have the 2018 grant that we're trying to close out, 2019, 2020, and before us coming up is a 2021. Okay, there were funds left over on the 2018 Homeland Security grant that were less restricted than going forward in terms of buying radios and what have you. Castilla County and the city of Monte Vista both wanted to upgrade their radio inventory. The city of Monte Vista does not have a capital and depreciation plan in place yet, and some of these other policies. Therefore, we could not award them money because of potential grant non-compliance issues. So the decision was made by the board of directors of the Homeland Security Grant Group to award all that money to Castilla County so they could fill out their inventory for these specialized radios, which they need. I say specialized, they're changing frequencies and things of that nature. So that's what that is. In addition, and it should have been on here, but it's not, the board of directors voted on an expenditure plan for the 2021 money. The next step in that approval process is this board, because we're the fiscal agent. However, we don't sign the grant agreement until later, and you end up with this gap in process. It's just the way it is structured. The assumption is we would continue to be the fiscal agent, but that's not necessarily the case. And that's part of the conversation we're having with the other counties right now. But we're still gonna be the fiscal agent for these two-year grants that we still have the tail on. So the ask today is to approve the grant change for the 2018 Homeland Security Grant for the purchasing of radios from that grant. And then that will enable our coordinator and our accountant, our chief financial officers, to do the closeout on that grant.
Close it out. That's right.
We'll zero it out. And we'll be done with that. So that's the purpose of that.
And that comes for us for a vote.
To authorize that. And we're just doing it because it's our job to protect the county and make sure we don't spend the money inappropriately and get dinged.
Yeah, this is the one that we're talking about. Yeah, dollar amount.
We have to approve that.
So we have to approve that. Approval of the State Homeland Security Program 2018. Is that?
Yes, and the approval of purchasing the radios from that
And
grant.
purchasing the radios. And do you want the amount in there?
I don't see it.
We don't. Is that the 15,974?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in your.
Oh, it's back here on this other page.
Yeah. So I guess.
Yes, that's the amount. Okay.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
All right, I'll second that.
A motion and second to approve the 15,974 to go to Castilla County Sheriff's Office for radios. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. That was easy enough.
So we have three, how many open items do we have to go back to? Sky High? The riprap issue? Huh?
And you still have Q to do.
Yeah, we're gonna do
And
Q.
Q, yeah.
We're gonna do
Okay.
Q right now. Right now.
Then we're gonna go to lunch?
Sure.
Okay, Q.
Q we put in there, it is the org chart. I think everybody's had a chance to look it over. And we just need to adopt this today.
So make a motion that we adopt the organizational chart for Rio Grande County.
I'll second it with provision for discussion and questions. If I may. It's a question, yeah. So I'll second it.
Okay.
Discussion or questions is we talk about management or supervisory authority, then we talk about higher fire authority. So I'm seeing over here the county administrator, is that higher fire authority under each of these categories?
You reserved higher fire authority in the previous board meeting. That's,
Okay.
you'll
So
know,
this is a result of that.
this is a result of that. You'll note that the previous org chart that was discussed on the 17th had a higher fire authority, day-to-day supervision authority box down at the bottom. That's been removed because you were undetermined as to how you wanted to proceed on that.
So these particular departments come directly under the commissioners. Those duties will be assigned by the commissioners, or those supervisory responsibilities, if required, are assigned by the commissioners.
That was my understanding of our last discussion.
Okay, I just want to, because it didn't.
And that the
say-
board would retain higher fire authority until
Yes.
further notice.
So that takes care of that. I make a motion. Did you make the motion?
I made the
And I made
motion.
the second. Okay, that answers my question.
Okay. Then I call for, all those in favor? Jeez.
Aye.
There's too many ends in that. Aye, okay, it is adopted.
And 2:00, we have a meet and greet. We have administrator updates, commissioner administrator updates now. Is that it? How you doing?
Commissioner and administrator updates.
We can do that right now if you want to.
I want to go along. Okay.
Updates?
Okay. No specific updates on the railroad right now. That's kind of, I haven't done the data dump on the attorney yet on that, because she's been dealing with other things. But it is important that we pay close attention to it. There are players moving out there, and we want to make sure that our position is protected going forward. We did authorize the movement.
Yes, and I have not seen the signed resolution so that I can get hold of the railroad attorney to discuss that we're ready to go forward
We
with.
approved that we approved the resolution. Was
You
there-
did. You approved a resolution allowing for Rio Grande County to participate in recommending a
Right.
creditors committee be formed and allowing you a voice on that creditors committee.
So that has, to your knowledge, we've not seen that final document.
Well, I haven't seen, it's been signed. It was signed during the March 17th, but I haven't gotten a copy of it back so that I can share it with the railroad attorney. Just like I didn't get the
Where would that
resolution.
logically be, Leslie?
I can ask Bobby. It's not in your signature packet, Jean.
Well, it was signed
Yeah, we signed.
March 17th.
Yeah.
I've not gotten a signed copy back that I can refer to the railroad attorney. Just like I need the resolution on the 830 Cedar. I never get anything back. It goes in there and it doesn't come back.
You need another resolution on what else?
The one that.
I need the signed copy of the 830 Cedar Street sale.
Oh, that, okay,
resolution.
yeah.
Did a resolution on that.
Because that needs to be attached to
In
the
defiance
quitclaim
to the
deed,
government.
which is why you don't have it in your packet. I never get anything
Well,
back.
Oh, I think it's 16.
Goes
I
in
made
there
a
and-
mistake. I brought up the wrong item first.
You know, the one with all the,
And she disappears and we lose the conversation.
yeah,
Here, 2
yeah, I
o'clock,
just
I'll be
wondered
hungry
if
and run.
maybe
Well,
we,
I think my
at
husband
some
is
t- you
bringing
know,
me my
'cause
lunch.
You
so.
can't eat it in front of us.
I just think we need to track down.
He tries very hard to take good care of me. He
You
does a
better,
good job too.
Huh?
He's kind of a wonderful guy.
Yeah.
Get after it.
Okay.
Can I go back to my little screen? That's the railroad. Airport, we're looking at, there's riprap up there. Earl had suggested that we could market that riprap, but it may, in fact, you're aware of this, Scott, that there may be a prior claim for that.
Yeah,
And you said, okay,
correct.
so that will be coming down the pike. But the other thing that's happened right now, we ran out of hangar lots. We're done.
Oh, you sold, they're all
They're all
sold.
leased.
They're all full.
And so the proposal is, the proposal is we discuss what we're gonna do next.
Thank you. And then,
Okay, the next thing is the Homeland Security Grant Program and how that functions. And I don't want to give you a big briefing on the function. We're the fiscal agent for that.
Right.
How that group is organized under that fiscal agency varies from region to region. Okay, in our region, we have a board of directors made up of all the commissioners, made up of representatives of each commissioner, each commissioner.
All six.
board, all six, okay? And also the fiscal officer, which is in this case Debbie, so she's
Yeah.
added to it, da, da, da. Okay, there's been confusion about the grant management and who actually,
I don't know. I don't know where these things go.
anyhow, this is update, needs to be probably in the minutes. The issue is, how does that function work? And when we hire this coordinator person, who do they work for? Okay, well, the fiscal agent is the one that pays them out of the grant and exercises day-to-day supervision over them. There's been some tussles back and forth between the emergency management, state emergency management side and Rio Grande County, as it turns out, and others on this advisory board, not the board of directors, advisory
Yeah,
board.
advisory board.
How they go, yeah, you were aware, that's why you dumped it on me, I know. But that's,
That's what I did.
yeah, but that all being said,
So
Uh,
this is the original, right? It's been recorded. You have a
We're
copy
in this
instead of an
transition
original
period.
document,
I
please?
and the
Thank
other
you.
commissioners, representatives, will be meeting with a representative from the state on this. I forget which state it is, but it's in the near future. She's coming down. But what we have there, without getting into too many details, is we have at the Department of Public Safety, which includes all the cops and everything, you have the emergency management function. The emergency management function is broken off in two legs. One is the actual emergency management, which employs a field manager who is Dave Osborne in the Valley. His job is to assist. Over here is the grant compliance side, separate people. We're talking on the grant compliance side over here, but we've run into difficulties in the past where this leg of DPS tried to cross over and grab control of the grant process.
Yeah.
And so that's the conversation we're having to have right now. And so it's politics, it's stupid, it should be very clear. As far as what we do, the grant comes down, the funding amount is announced, a board meets down here, a committee meets, they make recommendations from all the applications they receive, they rank order them. Some of them don't comply with the guidelines.
Right.
Okay, so we'll check those off the list. And these lists are vetted and come up to finally to the board of directors, which is the county commissioners. We talked about 6 county commissioners. And the final step after their selection and approval is we approve their recommendation. Only for the purposes of covering our rear end, to make sure that we haven't spent money on something that's not eligible.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a clean, simple program, but
Oh,
down
yeah.
that mid-level, it gets muddied up.
Yeah.
We're trying to get everybody's feelings taken care of and go
Right.
forward, okay?
I have
That's
the
it. So
original offer.
those are my
There
two
was a
items.
resolution.
Okay.
It's actually in the packet, March 17th.
Let me run it out and see. if I can
Didn't,
find it.
I have
on the
the
railroad,
actual
didn't
offer,
we
so
go in,
that's not
what
the
she's
issue.
looking for is a credit of, to be in
On the
mix.
creditors committee,
Yeah,
it is. Sometime you got time to drink 3 of these. I'll sit down with you and tell you what's going on.
yeah.
Okay, it's more complicated than.
Well,
just
I
that.
know,
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff going on. But I'll give you more information than you want.
Oh.
But after I've dumped it on you, it's your responsibility to remember every bit of it.
At my age, I don't know.
So that's my report.
So while we're waiting for Leslie to come back in from her hunt to give you her update, I'd like to give you a list of essentials that I'm working on that will happen in the next, hopefully, week or so. Next week, as you're all aware, is the first week of the month, and that's my heavy private office week. I'm in court every day next week, so that's gonna sort of put a crimp in some of this, but I have a notice that I'm preparing for pest and weed that he can send out to the organic farms and or post along the organic farm entryways that lets them know when he's going to be spraying within their airspace, so to speak. So that notice is essential because we are greening up, as he said, so we've got to get on that. I am working on the deed for the sale of 830 Cedar. That's the resolution that we're hunting for because it really belongs to be attached as an exhibit to that quitclaim deed.
So we don't have it, and it's not in the March 17th packet that we have. So I was gonna run another copy off, but I don't know where it is.
It was on, did you look on the agenda for March 17th?
These quiet guys.
So I'm waiting for that resolution so that I can notify the buyer, because the resolution essentially accepted the highest offer, the highest bid. Were 2 offers on that property. I'm working.
What marked them wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need to initial them or anything?
Just next. She's trying to tell you about the property.
Yeah, I understand where you're at.
I'm working on the refreshed lease for the McAllister house and the hangar, so that it's not a firm 20, we're not renewing a 25-year lease for that hangar. We're going to be doing a well, a month to month, essentially. A 1-year lease with early out clause, also with a first right of refusal for the county on those 2 pieces within the airport. So she was very comfortable with that. I had a good meeting with her.
Which would mean we'd have the first right of refusal to buy the personal property. the
That's
house
correct.
With the modular home. and
That's
the
correct.
hangar.
That's
We
correct.
already own the dirt.
Right. So I had told her I would have those to her by April 1st. I've obviously missed that deadline. What have you got there?
It says 8:30 Cedar deed.
Uh-huh.
It's Banco's Board of Health signatures that I just signed. I have no deed in here. I do have a yellow sticky note.
You
I
won't
can,
have a quick claim deed because I need the resolution.
I
So you have a
realize.
resolution?
No,
This
that's
is
what
the
I'm,
number. It's not in any of our digital files and Cindy doesn't have it. That's the number off and it was not in the packet. You don't have it.
2021-13.
I don't,
Anyhow, this was a question that you were presented with, is that correct?
yeah, that was stuck to something that wasn't even,
Okay. So that
I don't have it.
that resolution was in your March 17th packet.
It was not in the packet that we issued because it's not in our files. On our digital files.
Judy drafted the resolution. I did the cover letter for it, the cover memo.
Aubrey, are you gonna sign all your stuff before you leave? I didn't either.
All right. So I'm working on that.
Hold it, before we move
What
on,
was the
can
number
we
of
get
the resolution?
this on a list?
It's on my list.
Well, yeah, but we need it
I'm
on
gonna
ours.
continue to plague you about it until it's done.
We don't have control over this.
Apparently.
I'm just wondering, because
So we need a list
I
of
went
things
back
we need
to
to
my
do.
you went
control
through
over.
and there's not there,
They just-
they're not all identical.
All right, I'm still working.
She's still working on her list.
With Mr. Dunn as well to rewrite the whistleblower and the drug use and drug testing policies for the handbook. I have some work to do for the building department because we have some sovereign citizen activity that is relatively unwelcome and it's pretty problematic. So that I'm working with that. I have the Buffington hearing is on 4/8. And so we need to be prepared for that. That goes before the court.
Which hearing is this over here?
The trailers at the.
Attractive nuisance. or the
Yes.
light? Okay.
And I'm just expecting that he'll move it from one spot to another. And so we'll be starting over again shortly. We have a dump, a private property being used as a dump that Dixie brought that issue to my attention about a month ago, and it seems to be escalating despite her best attempts to notify these people that they can't be doing this. They're actually increasing their dumping. So that's an issue that will be reviewed and dealt with. I have IGAs to work with Jeannie Borrego on the Homeland Security Grant Program. We're working diligently to make sure that we're in full compliance for that grant. And I now have the resolution that was signed for the railroad, so I can get hold of Peter Shankin.
Pete Shankin.
And let him know that we've approved that and get going on the stuff for the Railroad Creditors Committee. Because
Cool.
if we're having activity on sales and or leases of that spur, we don't want to lose our voice in keeping that attractive to the county. That's my list. Leslie, I'm sure you have a list.
So my list is just to check out if my understanding of whatever I'm supposed to be doing. So this is my task list and I'm going to hand it out at each meeting. It's the ones that are in gray with my name on it. And I added to that the grants research that came up for this meeting.
Good.
Is there any additions to this or subtractions?
On the building code version workshop, Randy, what exactly are we talking about?
What I understood that you wanted to talk about which version we're now working under the 2006 building code. Randy would have to explain the nuances of that. You could go to a newer building code, which might help home insurance premiums, but there's, it's a complicated thing because you'll want to leave some out and
Okay, I think this misstates the intent. It wasn't that they were talking about going to a newer building code because that will trigger the new energy code. And Randy advised against it specifically. But what we have in the current building code are things that are either non-applicable or overly burdensome and are not health and safety related.
should I take the word version out then? Would that help?
Well, you can take the word version out, but what I'm more concerned about is we don't find ourselves in another meeting while we don't know why we're there. There has to be background on this that we can discuss, or whatever we do it, but we need to understand what it is we're talking about, not just have a meeting until we're prepared. And so I'm concerned that we have a clear understanding of what it is we're trying to accomplish.
Would you like me to let Randy know he needs to prepare that?
Not right now. I don't know what his schedule looks like.
Yeah.
This needs to be.
Okay. So I can
down the
take that
line,
off.
right, John?
I think it's a down the line. We
Yeah.
can talk to him because he's facing
Okay.
some major issues right now. Plus he's got an overload on the building season.
So
he
that's
didn't have time
exactly
to
what
look
I
at
need.
it.
I can just take
Yeah.
that off.
Not take it off because it will get lost, but make it a pending TBD, future project. I don't know.
Okay.
And I think that issue came up mostly because the board has the option of making amendments to the adopted building code because we're dealing with Alpine Village and Jasper, and the code doesn't fit those
Right.
particular issues. So that's where that's at. But you need
Specifically
a
in
workshop
Jasper,
for
to
it.
give you an example, they're off the grid. They're, they don't have wells or what have
No.
you, but they have to.
They have to meet the,
They have to provide for plumb in for washers and dryers,
yeah. And they have no electricity.
and they'll never have.
No.
And it's that kind of thing. And it's just like, that's just a crazy example that's out there. And so, and I talked to the previous commissioners that adopted this international building code. Why did you not go through there? Didn't you have the option of maybe striking some of these provisions? It's too much work. Well, it's a big, thick book.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but that's
your
what you're there
job,
for.
doggone it.
Yeah.
So it'd be your job. But that was their reason. So they just blindly adopted that. And now we've got these.
Now you got to deal with it.
By that, with the energy code that came with it, which kind of state energy code, you can't get a log big enough to build a log house that complies with the energy code. You have to be like that. It's just asinine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get you
No,
off.
that's good.
So that's the reason for the conversation.
You know. Yeah, I'm done. So do I have a motion to adjourn for lunch?
So moved. I'll second that motion.
Motion second adjourn for lunch.
Adjourn till when? And
We
does
need to be
Aubrey have
back a
come
little bit before 2, and Aubrey does not necessarily need to be here for that meeting with CDOT
Do you need it on Zoom or
on Zoom.
no Zoom?
No Zoom.
And that is CDOT's in person?
Yeah, no, we'll turn it back on at 2
Yeah.
because they're coming in by Zoom.
But this meeting's adjourned.
Till
That's what you're saying.
look before 2.
Yeah, just a little before.
Well,
2.
that's no longer a commissioners meeting, right?
No, it's a
That's
CDOT meeting.
CDOT meeting.
Get to know you.
So we're through with the commissioners meeting.
Do you need me present for the CDOT
Sorry, Gene.
presentation?
Did you get through your list?
Are you coming trouble?
No, I'm trying to avoid it.
You're trying to work.
You're trying to work?
You're getting angry.
I know. We don't have any easy restaurants.
Oh, yeah. Subway?
Huh?
Subway?
Like I said, we don't have any. That's not a restaurant. It's not even a good sandwich shop.
Well, you're in the wrong place, then, John. You're not in the city.
They're about to go to $8 million. Who's in the wrong place?
You can order something and pick it up.
This is the land. That's why.
Yeah. Thank you. You need to start hanging out with us more again.
I'm one of those guys, they actually will dance on my grave.
Better go get some food. Some rabbit food. I know he doesn't. I know. Watching your figure.
You guys talking about weight?
No, but this guy does too. You did that one time when we were talking in the office and we were talking about the news. Oh, it was when Carol and Treasurer was retiring. And you and Jean were handing her something. And this guy was like, I really gained some weight in that picture. And I was like, John, you sound like a chick.
Well, I looked at it.
I started laughing. I was like, oh, this guy.
I can't, it's just, it's beyond the point of age. But I get it and I look in the mirror and I go, no, never. I mean, first of all, beauty's on the inside. Heart, eyes, okay. And I find women are beautiful, not because they look like Britney Spears or something like that. I don't want that personally. To me, that's not pretty. That's just, yeah. I really do. I want real people. Because to me, that's where the beauty is. The rest of us.
Yeah, you want somebody that's good at it. If you don't have a mean person.
See, so be a nice person, John.
We're
You're nice to me.
We're talking about women.
Are you guys coming back? Or are you done?
No, we got another meeting. It's not a commissioner meeting, so see that.
Because my only wanted me to give you guys, and I don't know if I just give it to the commissioner or do I have to give it to Gene because he's chairman, but
I am the managing commissioner.
oh, see, so maybe you can sign.
No.
Yeah, it's nothing crazy. It's just he wants to take a couple days off, so he wants them to sign off on that.
Why does he have to? He's a department head.
But he does things like.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, no, I know what he's doing. He's got a responsibility.
He went to Denver. He's taking-
No, he can only take her to SWAT. I mean, she wants
There's
approval.
nothing in SWAT.
Huh?
There's nothing in SWAT. Are they gonna go to the gas station? They have a
That's his
restaurant.
problem. He wants to leave town. We're just telling him where he can go. Huh?
Is there a restaurant in SWAT, you think?
Yeah.
There is?
I think so.
Where?
I don't know, somewhere. There was one. I don't know.
There is one, I think that you went to Trevor.
Yeah. They're right downtown. It's actually kind of nice.
Huh.
But
See, so, but that's all he wants signed. I don't have it. But I can bring it.
let me, I'll do a flyby because
I told you to just give me a stamp.
with my signature.
Yes, that's all I need.
I know.
I've been asking for one for a year
I
now.
know, but I'm losing influence. I'm not sure. I'm not into this.
Okay,
I am not gadfly.
well, but you're still being a lot in public health.
You are?
So, yeah. We're still like, where's John?
Where's John? Is it like, is he looking around the corner?
No, it's like we
Talk
haven't seen
about
him
it
for
now?
a while. We were like communicating on a daily basis and now it's like
Well,
a
that's because
monthly.
Well, that's because you guys take time off. I show up, you're not there.
I'm there all the time. I was here till 7 last night, yeah. See? Yeah, she left. after 6.
I know she does that, but I swing in, she's at lunch.
I gotta
Not here
eat.
yet.
I gotta keep energy to be here till 7.
You do. I'm not faulting her. It's not criticism. It's just when I come to see you.
Oh, okay, you just come at the wrong time.
Here you are, you're still standing, I've been looking for you.
I know, well, you've been avoiding me.
Your clock is running out.
See you guys later. I'm gonna let you fight with her.
I'll be right back, buddy. I need, is.
Okay, so donations.
Yeah, so they're part of like the SLB commission board, and also commission together. Kind of talk about, okay, we're gonna get this much money to this person, how much is the program gonna do, and they kind of. Yeah. So then this is what most of this is, and then we have a lot of time. So this one, it's really not gonna be budgeted every year. We put it.
Oh.
And land use is 60. That's where all the land use stuff. Whenever it came in here and they budget, she thought it come down. I think the budget, I always thought it. They never asked them. When I just came, I just came out of everything. And I was.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't think you have to.
I know, me too. No, I saw a guy coming up with a.
You don't want over it. You don't ever want over it.
Yeah.
I always, when I'm thinking about it.
Well, what I'm gonna do is,
I would. And then everybody.
he gave me the. Gave me, oh, what is it called? Well, not the number, but the info.
But I've always been already, especially myself. And I don't have to hear it, it's from the middle of the year. They, and then
He didn't tell me.
they decided to contract. So that's how you see it.
Yes.
In the end.
Yep. Yep. Here's my tracking info. I don't know. What?
They keep saying that they're not really needed because they're just so fast. So it was like the Halloween and yeah, that's all figured out. Yeah, so that's why I wouldn't, you know, somehow for me, I knew that the money would be here.
And each person.
And.
I'm getting interrupted. Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome. Welcome. Chocolate. Yeah. In the end, they needed 100. Yeah. I don't know, I just not, but I.
Oh, there's one in our office.
And then the corner went over, but I was like to get a. That service would be, back letter.
He was under, and then it was like, he was gonna hire a part-time person to help her, she never did. So this year, I don't know, I'm like, things are gonna change in the world. I don't know, I don't know. They told me they were gonna fill it, but I could keep it filling them. So we might have to. Then he started with the team, this is the big money that we got for the COVID. Now, I broke it down, but I kept it separate from the auditors. Because I wanted to see where the money was spent. So we gave Thomas and we gave him that much, one of this, we gave him that much down the water, down for it, and then we get this. And then this is what we got. And then this is what we gave to businesses. To help them, because they weren't getting enough money. So this is the total amount that was spent. We got our budget that they gave us. So we still, I think, this would have been less. It would have been like $40,000. But remember that money that wasn't spent by the sheriff. That's why we had to keep it in there. We thought we had got most of it, then when I.
Jeez Louise.
They get one every year, so they're always gonna overlap. So this one. Okay. You get your budget for it. 2018, I think. So the ones you have now are going to. No, I have it. Who's listening? There needs to be minutes taken. They like to be separate. They overlap, so what's easy, what you have to do is. And then these are all this right here. It's not where it's kind of a passive graph, but I think we need to start monitoring that one better. Because we're having problems with that now, and we're just going to check and we're not really monitoring. No. This is a different one that we get to, urge. Down development. Also, this is what we look at, and then they get money to business. So we know what we're gonna do. Okay. Huh? And then that's the one that all the time. Yep. So pay it out. Basically, in the end, we did get a little bit into our budget. Oh, we reduced that fund balance. And our overall budget. I didn't, you know what I gave you? I just gave you the, portion for,
Not, oh, not the whole thing, oh.
I'm sorry. What I needed to do is I needed to add all these numbers together.
The whole thing.
And I added,
I was like, what the heck, like I turned and turned different numbers,
sorry.
and it was not working.
Judy took it with her to Texas.
You're kidding.
No, no, I don't know. I don't know if she did or not. I mean, my guess is exactly what you said. She did it on her computer. Because I looked at Judy's email, there's nothing from Judy about that.
Sorry. No, it's okay. I was like, no, why are they still on? Okay.
I was hoping to give you.
Okay, well, look, thank you. Running up and down. Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Now we're on maintenance, we're on the bridge fund, and they got a few tax money. I don't know. And when I first came here, I wanted to do my own, but I was the same. And it was a battle. The Irish was here, so we really worked for them. We really liked that. Well, it doesn't really matter to underground. I know. So I got it.
Okay, leave this on my desk.
Somebody's tradition, like it was, understand. Construction. I just, I work for him, but they still know that school. Maybe we're under. There is something here. So this is, they have three, they have three different users. They were going to renew the lease and get 3 more, but COVID happened and they were not going to be able to get new later because there was a waiting list. So they couldn't renew the lease, they couldn't renew the lease and get new, so they had to buy out the So that's what this announcement is. What it is just, I talked to the auditors because I didn't know how to report it. So I talked to the auditors and they told me just report the lease payment, the buyout amount that was as capital, because they will probably already appreciate that. So that's what I did on that one. That's why you went on. Remember that inventory adjustment that contract have? So you moved your expenses back this amount, so that's why. And when I had it in here, it was reduced by that much. So this amount was a negative over here. Oh, this is not here. So they only did this one now. This one shows it. Yeah, I didn't show that, did it?
No, I wonder why it doesn't show what you have to. Okay, so.
Oh, okay, it's right here. Maybe when I.
I was looking at that bottom line too, I was not looking at the middle.
So they, right now, we stay within our budget, so that's a good deal, general fund, or bridge funds that way.
Oh, I know.
Local services, they gave me, they'll usually, like, you need to ask them, when you're just.
Oh, you wrote that.
Budget, you need to ask them, do you want?
I was thinking it wasn't quite for the.
Yeah, well, okay, or this year they had to be, they budgeted that money for that new money coming in and went out. So they had me do an adjustment for that. So we have to do the adjustment form because this goes to as a resolution. So we have to put in a budget, anything that.
Yeah.
Budget, supplemental budget, no levies, and all that kind of stuff. We have to include that. So on this one, custom spraying, they do custom spraying for CDOT. I put it here. Where you want it, but it's always been here in this other place. But they usually spray on CDOT. And then this one here, our agriculture, for grants that we get back from, used to monitor the grant, but now the sounds are usually.
Is there a certain payable number you want me to put these forfeitures at? I remember doing it, I'm adding them as a credit.
But I thought it was a revenue account. Isn't that what I put on there?
Well, yeah. What number, if you were to look it up or see it, what payable number, like a date or a whatever? You know, like you got an invoice number?
Oh, invoice number.
Kind of like an invoice.
Oh, okay.
But for here, since we have an invoice. Unless you want me to put this.
I would put in there,
Was it
forfeiture, something.
okay? As a payable number? Okay.
That way.
But you want it as a credit in there, right? I mean, you want it to go back there. It's like a credit memo.
Right. Yes, right. Let's look, this is what I did. Let me try to give you the right number.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good question. I was making sure I did my part right.
I don't care.
I hope it works this way because that's how we did it last time we did work. I asked April this time, I don't like to use that. So
And I told her this morning what we're doing, that we're doing a forfeiture, and she was, and I said, yes. And she was, yeah, I said, yes. And she goes, what did I do that? I heard about everything, so she.
yeah, I sent her an email and she asked me about it. I told her we had that.
So I let her know we're doing it today.
So I gave her the amount and everything, so.
So she knows.
So the payable invoice number, I would just put on there forfeiture. So
Did I put 228 since that's the date of here, the end date?
no, it won't, it'll be a number, it's not gonna be a date, it's gonna be a number. Okay. It's not gonna be a date. I'll put today's date, because that's the payroll, right?
You're talking about you doing the forfeiture to 28.
Yes. Making it look like 28 is when. Whatever, as long as that's forfeiture in there, or that's all that matters to me. If you want to put in a date. You want that as the description? Oh, okay. Yeah, I want that as a description too, but I want, okay, I'm looking at invoice and I see, if I see four, I said, oh, that's what that is. Yeah. Okay. I think that's, is that what, the printing on there, I did that, what number, when they put it in there? They're gonna put, since this is just an ACH or a bank draft, I don't know what that's, but. I'll look at it in my mind. Yeah. I think I'm gonna find that part of it, as a head. Because you'll get the report that shows it in it, you know, it'll show it as a separate thing, so you'll see that. That's why we keep trying to make sure we're doing it the same, but yet. The first time we did it wrong, we thought it would be a first. So then the second time, I think we did it okay, and then the third time, so this is the third time, I want to do the checklist. Right, so we're gonna do the same we did last time. So what is it over? Forfeiture is, so let's say that you worked here for 4 years. Right, you're not vested to your 5 years. Right. So the contributions that the county put on your behalf, you have to do that. You get to pick. Got it, okay. Perfect. And VSS is their own. They have done a certain way. Any kind of changes with their money, and let them know because she can do it. And she gets audited by the state several times. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Got it. You learn to work with her and you do good. Okay. Do the forfeitures always have to do this? Description, forfeitures for payroll, is that okay? Anything else you want on there? And I'm making, okay, I'm making 3 different ones, for the 3 different funds, is that okay? 3 different line items, yeah. Just cover it separate. Yes. I want to see what we did last year. We had $1,400. Oh, yes. Did you put on there, last time, forfeitures you used? You know what? put on there, retirement forfeiture, leave, okay. And when you get ready, there is a difference that.
Yeah, but this one is, I mean, it would say the same thing on each one if I just did it under one credit panel. It would still say the same on all of them. So I could do one credit panel.
Instead of going, so it's going to go, yeah, let's just do it that way.
Okay, just one
Because
credit
it'll
panel.
still sit on my end like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. As long as it's separated on my end, and I can see, like, if you go into account, or somebody said, body, you can, rental loan, how is it looking at? No. You're not breaking it down, you're putting it all together in one credit line, it's gonna be separate. It'll be separate because it's gonna be on one, right? That's all it has, is some of the things in there. Why is it break down?
Right.
It's not $5,000. What was it?
Why, you see how cielo comes out, right? That's how it's gonna come out.
And that's, I don't know, if you see that last one.
I used to know her stuff for some of CIC's, putting in some stuff.
The one that makes me
But then she hasn't been able to learn, you have to learn a little bit of the APIs and CIC,
a little bit.
but not the whole process. And so that's where somebody is gonna have to learn the CIC process because nobody knows how to do it here. I used to have somebody that knew how to do it, but don't have anybody anymore. We got some processing to do. So. And just like somebody from here to be able to keep you, in a sense, up to date a little bit. Right. Might have to do some of the menial stuff for you and inputting stuff. That's what you want. Right. Yes. I don't have no meetings right now. Right. There wasn't anyone around that general manager from it. So. Yeah.
That's the one that was funny. If you go to the journal too, I was seeing how it's expanded. You see everything in it.
Oh, yeah. But it was not a-
Have a hard time finding that form where the supervisors let me know who that's evaluation. It's so frustrating.
Probably.
On all of these ones, I did total budget.
Now with this stuff.
Because it's all in that.
Oh, well, gosh.
Randy, how are you? I'm pretty good yourself. Good. You having a good day?
They're still under. They did get into the front now. This is a nice summary. I'll tell you what the budget was. What we were under, you can see surplus left, multiply. My girlfriend actually got $54,000 more. And all of the expenses. You can see here. I didn't know. But everybody else was under that. So we were under by that amount. Now we are over. Under. Okay, good, I'm sorry for the distress. All right, as long as in the other who's down, we're good. I forgot.